Can you all see the screen? Okay, lovely. Now, let's get started. Now, first things first, there are a couple of questions I've been, seeing in the chat before the start of the session. That is, how N8N, okay, let me zoom in a bit. How N8N is different from make.com or some other automation tool such as Zapier or some X automation tool, right? XYZ automation tool. The simple distinction between N8N with all the others is number one, compared to all the other tools that are out there, this will give you more control over your automation. Okay. Second, it gives you shareability of your automation. So which is good for your business. So let's say if you're trying to solve, if you're a freelancer, if you're a consultant, or if you have your own agency, let's say if you're trying to build automation workflows for your clients, when it comes to make.com and Zapier, you might have to kind of build it in their own systems, go through that initial setup process and all, wherein in case of N8N, you can build it in your own systems and just share. I will talk about how to share in today or in the coming sessions. We'll touch point on that. It gives you shareability of your automation, right? On top of that, and one of the most important piece that made N8N adapted to enterprises or most of the people is its self-hosting, or in other words, open source capabilities. What do I mean by that? So what happens is when you use make.com or Zapier, right? When you use make.com or Zapier, these are apps that you can only run over a web or browser. Is that clear? Everyone, are you all with me until this point? Yes, no, maybe? Lovely. Now, so these are apps that can only run over a web or browser. Although N8N has one of such instances that can also run over a web or browser, the main important point is, let me go to the N8N website. So this is the landing page of N8N, right? So if you closely watch here, there's something called as GitHub that you see here. If I click on that, it will open a link where you see the code that N8N as an app is written to work, right? So this is the piece of code that is responsible for the app that we are seeing over the web or the browser, right? So now what you can do is you can download this code, right? So N8N gives you an option of open source. What is that? You can download the code responsible for the N8N app, okay? And host it, or in other words, run it in your own computer or server. What this also translates in other words means you don't have to pay subscriptions to N8N if you choose this route. Is this clear, everyone? Is this clear? The session will not be core technical. I'm just trying to help you understand what is the differentiation factor between N8N and other apps out there. So you know why are we learning N8N today and how important of a skill it is, right? So yes, also know that if it's open source, just know that it will have maybe 80% of the capabilities that we see. The rest 20% is again, it will be a USP of N8N, which that is the reason why they might be charging $20. Of course, you'll understand as you build, but if you are okay with 80% of the use cases, then nothing like it. Lovely. All right. Now, So if someone is asking how do you show, how do you use self-hosting and all, like that is out of the scope of the session that we're going to have today. But there are enough tutorials out there. Like you can just watch a 5 to 10 minute YouTube tutorial and just get the ball rolling there. Okay, lovely. Now let's get into the N8N as an app. Now, if you look into this, primarily N8N as a word comes from, okay, this is a fun fact. N8N is a short form or a short form for the word called nodemation. Okay. So if you see the nodemation, these are the 8 alphabets between. So this just replace that 8 alphabet with the letter 8. Okay. But which also translates to node-based automation. So node-based automation was crunched down to nodemation, which again was crunched down to N8N as an app. So that's the history, geography behind why N8N is the way N8N is named. Right? This is something you always see in the technical world, but it is what it is. Now, once they have identified we want to create a node based automation, so these are the, this is a simple kind of a example sample workflow. All the things that you see here are nodes, and it is trying to do some automation to solve a use case. So it can be used across IT, secops, devops, sales, and whatever you can, right? So one of the best parts is, again, it has thousands of apps already integrated and compatible, so you don't have to do that hard work before you're trying to connect to different apps. And yeah, that's all. I think for those of you who are worried about the security, it is enterprise ready security, and I think AICPA, SOC, GDPR, and all the things that are compliant that you need, right? So this is all about introduction for N8N, like why we are doing N8N today and how it is important and what is the adoption curve in the market and why the adoption curve it is the way it is. Let's, without any further ado, let's get started. Are you all aligned with me until this point? Yes, no, maybe. Wonderful. A lot of yeses. That means you all are paying attention, which is a good sign. Let's get going with the same flow. Yeah. For when you're getting started, N8N offers you a free trial. You just have to get started, sign up with your credentials, and that's all. You'll get 14-day free trial. You can always use it. The moment you log into your workflow, this is how you'll be greeted into the dashboard. So this is the N8N dashboard for you, right? Now, you might be asking, Akhil, okay, before we start, like, is there any templates that I can learn in it? And, is there any things that I can watch and do? Like, there'll be questions coming in there. Don't worry, N8N has an answer for you. So on the left-hand side, if you just expand the menu on the left-hand side in the dashboard, you will see something called as templates in the bottom left. Now, if you click on templates, you will see all these templates that are hosted or, done by N8N or the community. You can click on see more templates. So you have about, to close this up, you have about 7,000 workflow automation templates given to you by N8N. Of course, these are not like the complex workflows that you need, but these are starter kits. These are something that can get you started. If you are, if you don't want to, reinvent the wheel or just take something and then build on top of it, this will serve as a very good purpose, number one, in that way. In the second way, that is, you can learn so many possibilities of, oh, N8N can also do this. Oh, N8N also has an option to do this, right? So you just have to click on this. You just have to see what this is all about. Who is this for? Like, it is very much detailed on how this works, etc., etc. You can just understand. Of course, this might not be readable for you at this moment, but once you explore the app, once we understand how this works, it will be very much easily readable for you to pick the language and understand how these are working left, right, center. All right, lovely. Now, let's get started. We will go with the first creation of our workflow. In N8N, automations are called as workflow, right? Let me click on create a workflow. Now, in this, if you see, the first step, of any automations is called a trigger. The first step of any automation is called a trigger. Everyone, please start. I mean, this is the laser sharp focus part, focus on this. I'm going to dive deep into understanding the canvas that we have in here, right? So first part or the first step is called a trigger or a trigger node, right? So why it is called a trigger node? Because assume that, like, we as humans also need some kind of trigger to perform some action. That trigger could be, a nudge from a boss, a request from a colleague, or, a request for, or a favor from a family member, right? These are our external factors or stimuli that act as trigger for us to, take some action from our end, right? In the same way, we're just trying to use that similar language here. The first step is called a trigger node because that node will get an external factor or an external stimuli to kickstart the automation. Are we clear until this point, everyone? Yes, yes, no, maybe. Lovely. All right. So let me click on first step. If I click on the first step, that is the trigger part, you'll see a lot of options here, right? I'll explain a couple of things here that are needed. Of course, we'll dive deep into different triggers throughout the 2 days. Now, first things first, that is called trigger manually, right? What is this trigger, right? This trigger will only work, or this trigger is useful when you're trying to quickly do some POC without any external stimuli. For example, if I need to know that, hey, if someone comes and asks you that, hey, can you talk to Gmail? Can you talk to Slack? Can you put that in Outlook? Can you do this? Can you do that? Yada, yada, yada. Then that is the sign that, okay, I don't have to worry about what is the external stimuli or external trigger that will kickstart the automation. You will put this particular node and go ahead and start creating the different action nodes to see whether that's a possibility or not, right? So this manual trigger will only work when you come into this particular canvas and explicitly or manually run this workflow. It's, it's English right there. It will only work when you're manually executing the workflow. Clear? It will not do automatically. Yes, everyone. Hello, hello. Yes, wonderful. Now, if I click on execute the workflow, or just click on this play button. So now automatically you see that there's a green overlay across this node, right? That gives us a direction or a signal that, hey, Akhil, whatever I'm supposed to do in this node, it is done successfully, right? So this is a signal. So if it's not working, it will give you a red outline. If it's a warning, it will give you a yellow outline, just like the traffic signal lights, right? So that is the first step. If you want to do something quickly without worrying about external triggers, just click on trigger manually and start doing your POC and run things and do experiments, right? But now, today, let me start with the problem statement that we are going to solve. The problem statement is this. Okay, listen to the problem statement carefully. You have to record your expenses in a Google Sheet. Okay. For everyone who is asking how to download, how to register, uh, we will give you the guides on how do you do that, how do you register and all that. But note that you don't have to do this alone, right? I will be making mistakes intentionally to put across a point. If you're doing alongside with me, you'll be confused if you're doing with me, right? That is the reason even Bharadwaj mentioned at the beginning that do not do along, do not follow along, just absorb as much as you can. This is a new thing that you're going to explore today. It'll be really hard for you to connect the dots if you're doing the along, and if I'm making mistakes intentionally and if you're unable to connect the dots. All right. Now, let's get back to the problem statement. You have to record your expenses in a Google Sheet where uh, you these are the columns, where the columns are technically type of transaction, or is it a debit or credit? Let me put it that way. That is the first column. And type of transaction or category, let me put it that way. Category of transaction and amount for that transaction. Also, maybe the remaining balance. in your account, right? I want to track these four for every expense. Let me put this in here in a Google Sheet, right? So I will have to do, or I will have to give a stimuli, or I will have to trigger the workflow with some kind of a text, right? Let's start with the basic text that I will say debit shopping 5,000. Okay, if this is the input to my workflow, right? If this is the input to my workflow, this input to my workflow should translate into debit shopping 5,000 and the current balance is minus 5,000 in my Google Sheet. Clear, everyone? What is the problem that you're trying to solve? Is this clear? Yes, no, maybe? Hello? Yeah. Remember that we are not trying to integrate any bank, SMS, any emails here. It's just a simple input. As if you're texting in WhatsApp, let's say if you're trying to text to N8N workflow, like, hey, this is the expense, just record in my Google Sheet, right? Lovely. Now let's go and understand how do you give an input to an N8N workflow, right? How do you give an N8N input to an N8N workflow? So again, click on add first step, right? On the add first step, you see something called as on chat message, right? It runs the flow when a user sends a chat message for use. Okay, let me click on this. Can you see this? The icon of this particular trigger node is completely changed. It represents it's going to open a chat. The moment if I click on open chat, right? Or in other words, if I click on execute, first save this up, open chat, it will give me a text box or it will give me a conversation window where I can chat with this N8N workflow. In other words, if I write debit shopping 5,000, right? The moment I hit enter or the moment I send the conversation, that will execute this particular node. Clear, everyone? Are you all with me until this point? Right? Fantastic. Now, once the trigger node is sorted, once the trigger node is sorted, we'll get to the problem shortly. I want to dive deep into the next set of node that we have. That is called an action node, right? What is an action node? A node that performs an action based off of the trigger, right? Okay, once more, no problem. Right. Given the problem at hand, right, I need to record my expenses in a Google Sheet. For me to record, don't you think I should have a placeholder? I should have a text box. I should have a situation where I send some input and then N8N will record that input and process that input into different steps. Yes, no, maybe. Correct? Are you all with me for everyone who said not able to understand? Right. So for me to enable that mode, for me to enable or give a window, chat conversation window inside N8N, right? I can put a trigger node that says chat message. So I'll add once again, add first step, and I'll click on chat message, right? Uh, as Bharadwaj said, you'll not be getting the recordings of this session. So please pay attention. It is very important. Okay. Now, so here, this particular node will unlock me a chat text box, right? Will unlock me or open a chat text box window for me. So as soon as I send a message, something like debit shopping and 5,000. And if I hit enter, that will complete the execution of that particular node. And what happens is this node consumes the input from the conversation that I had below and forwards that input to the next node, which is exactly what we need. Correct? Everyone? Yes. The moment you run this, automatically the window will open. Right? Awesome. Now, let's get into the next part. Now here, once we have got the input, once we have received the input, it is time for it to take some action, right? In our case, of course, it has to be Google Sheets, but let's explore what are the different action nodes also. Let me click on this plus button here. Now you'll see there are so many action nodes, right? There are AI based action nodes. There are action in an app. So for example, do something in an app or service like Google Sheets, Telegram, or Notion. So if I click on this, you'll be opening a lot of portal. You'll be opening a portal of apps where you can select or search for that app. For example, if you're a person using Outlook, there's an Outlook for you. If you are a person using HubSpot, there is a HubSpot for you. If you are a person using Slack, Slack for you. If you're a person using Telegram, Telegram for you, right? So you can take some actions inside these apps because N8N natively gives you nodes that support or compatible to use it across, right? Now, that is one, one type of action node. Again, we have logic or data transformation nodes, right? You can filter them, you can aggregate. Like, of course, we will go through few of them through the course of our next 2 days. But these are nodes that will transform your data from one phase to another phase, right? You might be needing them as we move along. And there are nodes that will give you a flow. In other words, if and else statements, right? Merging something, filtering out something. There are tons and tons of, core, or tons and tons of nodes that you can explore. And it'll be really hard for us to compress all of them into probably even in a 2 days sprint, right? But of course, we will leave you with a very good foundational elements and very good, I think, much more, the Pareto principle, right? Like the 20% of the nodes that gets the 80% of the job done. We will teach you all that 20% to 30% of the nodes that gets you 85% of the job done, right? Awesome. Now, in our case, these are the different types of action nodes that we've discussed. In our case, let me ask you a question to all of you. Once I receive the data, where should I put this data in? Once I receive the data, where should I put this data in? Wonderful. Absolutely. Correct. So since I have to put this in data in Google Sheets, that is the action node, I will click on plus icon here and I will search for Google Sheets automatically. On the top, there's a search bar, search for Google Sheets. It will open this. Now here, if you see, there are different actions you can perform inside the Google Sheets also. You can create a spreadsheet, delete a spreadsheet. You can do within a document, you can do all of this. But let me ask you this question to all of you, right? What is that action that I need to do right now for my use case? I already have the Google Sheets. I already have the Google Sheets. So I don't bother about creating a new spreadsheet. Okay, next. Append, append, append. Absolutely. Because every single time I record a transaction or chat with this input box, it should directly go and append into my Google Sheet, correct? So let me open my Google Sheet just a moment to show how it looks like. Just give me a second here. Mm, 1 second, folks. All right. All right. I think you'll see that right now. Okay. Here's my expense tracker sheet that I've created already, right? What are the columns here? Type of expense, category, amount, and remaining balance as we discussed. Type of expense is nothing but is it a debit or a credit? Okay. Now, let's get the ball rolling. Let's go to the workflow. As you all said, you're all correct that you have to append a new row every single time I chat. Okay. I will click on that particular action. Now, this is the place where you need to understand how a node is configured inside an N8N. Okay. Now look at the left hand side. If you look at the left hand side, this will list out all the inputs that you have received before this node. Let's say if you have 10 inputs or 10 nodes before this node, you will see what are all the outputs or inputs coming in from the left hand side. all the things will be on the left hand side. That is the input section. If you closely watch, can I say that the input that I've sent is already given here? Yes, no, maybe. You can all see that, right? Everyone? Hello? Awesome. Now, in the central part of this particular screen that you're seeing, this is the node. This is the place where you configure. This is the place where you configure for that particular action. Okay. What to choose, what to happen, etc., is something you will have. On the right hand side, once you configure, you will just execute this step to see whether the output is actually matching your requirements or not. Okay, so the input is something that will come from left side of this particular node. So if this is the node, to the left of this node we have this node. So let's say even if we have 10 nodes from this, right, all the outputs of those 10 nodes will be present because they are coming from the left hand side. That is all present in the left side. In the central section, you will configure the action node at hand. On the right hand side, you will see whether the if I execute or run the action on the data that I have received, will I get an output that is actually as per my wish, right? So this is something we need to test. So to get started, let me start connecting the configuration of this particular node. First credential to connect with, I will connect to my Google account. Right. I've already connected to my account. How do you connect if you're starting new? Just click on this drop down and add create new credential. This will ask for you to sign in with Google. The moment you sign in with Google, automatically that will be saved as a credential. Okay. Now, what is the operation we are doing, everyone? Append a row operation. Now, N8N is asking me that, Akhil, you have asked me to append a row, but you did not give me which document and which sheet I should append. Correct? So I've connected my account. So N8N is intelligent enough to get the details or the existing sheets in my account. So I'll click on this drop down. If you click on this, automatically N8N will fetch all the things from my account. So I will click on expense tracker, right? Which is exactly what we have in here. Now, under the expense tracker, if you see, I have two sheets, right? But I have sheet one where I want to record the transaction. So I'm giving more direction to N8N on where should it record the transaction. Now, it's a sheet one. Now, if I click on sheet one, N8N will automatically fetch the first row as columns, right? That's the beauty of N8N. So this is the first row. N8N knows that, okay, if you're recording anything in Excel sheet, you will have a column row approach. You will name the columns in the first row itself. So it will get all the first rows accordingly, right? Now, once you get it, you can always fill the values. Is this clear until this point? Everyone, how do you configure this node? I will again explain the next parts, but until this point, are you clear? First is credentials to connect with. Next, I'm showing the direction of which document, which sheet I need to get the data or append the data to. Once you select the sheet, automatically it will get this. Because I don't have anything in sheet 2, right? Sheet 1 is where I want to record everything. Okay. All right. Now, here, let's try to type the expense here. Okay. What is the expense, everyone? Debit shopping in 5,000. Let's come to remaining balance in just a moment, but let's explore the first part. Debit, shopping, and 5,000. Clear, everyone? Let me start executing this step. Okay. Once you execute this particular step, it says that, Akhil, here you go. The type of expense is debit, the category is shopping, and the amount is 5,000. Right? Let's go and see in that expense tracker. Can you all see that, everyone? It's being recorded. Yes, no, maybe. Right? Let's test another one. Let's test another one. Yeah, wonderful. Let's do that. Now, let me save this workflow so I don't lose track of it. Uh, I would recommend strongly to save it to multiple instances. Keep that as a habit because although N8N has a little bit of auto save mode, it's a little glitchy. It doesn't work always. So ensure to save it manually because I have had a very worst experience because I've gone on a sprint of working with 2 hours with N8 and I've created about 30, 40 nodes, I've configured it, only to realize that after 2 hours there was an internet glitch and I lost the entire work, right? So please don't do that mistake. It's coming from painful experience that I have to go through. So you don't make that mistake and ensure to save it regularly. Now, let's move on. Again, save it. I will have to click the chat or execute it once again. Okay, I'll refresh everything, reset the chat session, and make sure everything is clean. I will also remove this, okay, and see what happens. This time I'm going to send another. This time I'm going to send another transaction. Let's do that. Credit, salary, let's say 20,000, right? And enter. Okay. Now, if you see, it says, Akhil, I've received the input. I've executed the Google Sheet. Both are successful, right? Let's go and check the expense tracker. Oh, can you see? Although I gave credit, salary, and 10,000, it just did this. Can you all see that anomaly, everyone? Yes. The problem here, watch this carefully. The problem here is, although it's running successfully, it does not have any errors. That does not mean it's correct. Okay. Now, if you watch carefully here, can I say that I wrote debit here manually and it's a fixed value? Can you see that? Yes, it's a fixed value. So did I anywhere take this input and modify at any point? Yes, no, maybe. Did I anywhere take this input and modify? No, right? So what happens here is, if a value is fixed, if a value is in a fixed mode, no matter what is the input that is coming in from the left hand side, N8N will just execute that value irrespective of the input. That is the problem we faced just now, right? That is the problem we faced just now, which is a very bad design given our requirement. There might be instances where you might have to use fixed values, but very, very limited, right? But still, N8N gives you that flexibility. So let me clear all of this. Okay, now let's watch. How do I get this automatically? Like, how do I dynamically get the input and insert into the or in this particular text box? All you have to do is, drag and drop. Everyone, do you all know drag and drop? Yeah, easy peasy, right? I'll have to just drag and drop this. The moment I click on that and drag, you will see all these orange boxes highlighted for you to just, drop there. I'll have to click on this and drag and drop here. The moment I've dragged and dropped, automatically the value changed from fixed to an expression, right? It is already into an expression. Expression, in other words, is the dynamic value that I'm getting from input, or I'm, changing from input. Now, if you see, the moment I've dragged and dropped, it also shows me a preview of what it is gonna save in that particular column. Is this a correct value to save in the correct in this column, everyone? Yes, no, maybe. Is this a correct value that I'm trying to save in this column? No. So that means I have to modify this input to save that into a particular column. Okay. How do you modify? Right? Let's try to understand this. For me to modify, can I say that I might have to split this sentence at comma and isolate them? Yes, no, maybe. For me to for me to extract these values separately, can I say that from this sentence I will have to split this sentence at comma, so I have three different values, correct? So I might have to split using comma. Okay. Now, once I split this, what happens is you will get three values in this fashion. That is debit, that is shopping, that is 5,000. Okay. Now, this the moment you split this, you will get a list of values that are isolated, or list of English words that are isolated. Okay. Now, if I were to fetch the first value from this list, all I have to do is the position of this first value is 0. The position of the second value is 1. The position of the third value is 2. So what happens in a technical world, or in the, this is very common in developer parts, is that if there is a list of items that you see, the first position or the first value that you're trying to extract from that list, the position of that is 0. So if you were to extract that value, you will have to get that 0th value. Okay, everyone, make sense? Are you all with me until this point? Yeah, array, list, whatever that is. I'm just trying to explain in a simple terms. Okay, now let's go back to this N8N. All I have to do is inside these flower brackets, inside these double flower brackets, I will use something called as dot split. Okay, and where should I split everyone? At a comma. Can you see that the moment I've put a dot split over a comma, automatically the result is array with 3 words separated. Correct? Everyone? Yes, no, maybe. Of course, you'll get this guide eventually to you where you can make more sense out of it. But I'm trying to give you a very simple analogy, right? Now, once we do this, how do we extract the first position, everyone? How do we extract the first position? What is the position value of that? As we discussed just now. Come on, what is the first value of that? Yes, 0. So inside square brackets, I just have to put a 0. Can you all see automatically I have cleaned the input and just extracted the first value? Make sense, everyone? What did I just now do? I took this input, I split the value, and I've extracted the first of that particular sentence. Okay, that's exactly what we've done here. Because it's an expression, I can play with these functions that are available in N8N. Okay, now, yeah, trim spaces we can also do, right? So I'll just copy this same thing into the second part. But now if you see automatically, I've copied this. Why is this in a white text and this is in a green text? Can someone tell me what is the problem here? Can someone tell me what is the problem here? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a fixed value. That is the reason why it is showing this way. The moment you put it into expression, automatically it is converted, right? So now instead of 0 here, I'll just insert 1. Can you see salary has come in, right? Again, I will paste that here. Instead of expression, I will put that to expression and make this as 2. Is this clear, everyone? Credit, salary, and 2000 are here. Yes. Now, if I execute this step, automatically you will see that credit, salary, and 20,000 are in my system. Are we aligned until this point, everyone? Are we aligned until this point? Right? Wonderful. Wonderful. Now, let's execute it once again. Let's check if it's working or not. Let me reset the entire chat session. I will say debit movies, let's say 2000. Okay. The moment I enter this, workflow executed successfully. And can you see? Now it's dynamic enough to get all the values that I give from my input and just extract the necessary values from that input and insert that into my Google Sheets. Are you all good with this? Everyone? Yes, no, maybe until this point. We've got only 20 yeses. Good number of folks in the call. More yeses, please, if you've understood until this point. Lovely. Fantastic. Fantastic. Now, let's try to understand the problem. Do you think this is good? Do you think this will work? Or there's a problem here? This will work. Okay. 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 Understood. Right. Let me tell you a problem here. Okay. Watch this carefully. If I give something like 5,000 debit, let's say, I don't know, what is the 5,000 shoes, let's say. Okay. Let's not talk about balance now. I'll get back to balance, right? 5,000 debit shoes. Okay. The moment I hit enter, right? Again, it says, Akhil, fantastic. I've run this. This is working good. I don't have a problem. But if you look into this, can you see? Can you see 5,000 is in a type of expense, category is a debit, and shoes is an amount, right? So, what happens here? The problem with this particular system is, let's say if I'm running or rushing somewhere, and if I don't remember the order of input, right? Don't you think it will entirely flip the equation, and it is dumb enough to not recognize what part where goes where? Yes, no, maybe. Correct? Although it was seemingly good until now, it broke with an input change. Correct? So, all the process we are doing is good. It's not a robust system. It's not a reliable system. Correct? Now, what do you think? So, it is dumb, right? It has to understand which, like, what is type of expense, what is category, what is amount from my input, right? What should I do? What do you think? It is dumb right now. Can we correct it automatically? Okay. Someone saying we can categorize the input. Okay. How do you categorize? Like, what makes it categorization? Variable validation. Okay. But how do you validate? Brain. Okay. Interesting. LLMs. Brain. Yes. Everyone, let me put some context to here. Can I say that all this ChatGPT and Gemini will understand this language? Yes, no, maybe. Correct? Will understand this debit shopping in 5,000 because it's plain English. Can I just ask ChatGPT to take whatever the input that is coming in and just categorize them into type of expense and let's say category and probably let's say amount? Don't you think it'll do a good job for me to just do this isolation for me from the input I'm giving in? Yes, no, maybe. Right? 200%. Absolutely. Correct. Now, my question is, my question is, for this activity, for this activity, should I use a reasoning model? Should I use a normal model? Should I use a mini model? Should I use a nano model? Reasoning, okay. Normal, okay. Mic, there's no micro. Okay, mini, okay. All right. For all of you who say we have to use reasoning and normal models, okay. Let me put that some perspective into that equation. Okay, let's go to ChatGPT pricing. Okay, let's explore. Not ChatGPT, let's say OpenAI API pricing. Let's do that. So click on this. Okay, let's watch this carefully. Yeah, let's see GPT-4 family models. For GPT 4.1, okay, for GPT 4.1, for an input of 1 million tokens, which I'll get to that shortly, will consume $3. Okay, and for an output of 1 million tokens, will charge us $12. Now, if I go the same way to a nano model, right? For the same 1 million tokens, I'm charged $0.2. For the same 1 million tokens of output, I'm getting charged $0.8, right? Can I say that these prices also represent the amount of intelligence I'm trying to bring on board to the canvas? Yes, no, maybe. Can I say that statement? The type of models I'm using is representative of the intelligence I'm trying to capture onto the canvas. So the more intelligent brain in the room, the higher price you have to pay. Correct? The more intelligent brain in the room, the higher price you have to pay. So, given the context, what is the context here? Am I dealing with a 10,000 lines of English, or am I dealing with a couple of lines of English? Yeah, I don't need an Einstein to fix a light bulb. Yeah, absolutely. Correct. So, what I'm trying to say here, since it's a couple of lines, nano or mini might just do the job, because it just have to construct or understand your prompt, take this input and just give out this output. Correct. So that way, it is very much economical strategy for you when you are architecting your N8N canvas. So this is a very important discussion that's the reason I'm spending good amount of time here. When you are building or set out to build an automation workflow, it is super duper important for you to optimize for the economics of it. Right? You can also use open source. For example, you can use Gemini. Like Gemini API is currently free. You can also use something called as Open Router. They also give you some free credits. Like leave all of them. When you are starting new for the 14-day free trial, N8N itself will give you ChatGPT credits for I think some 1,000 or 2,000 credits for free for you to just explore that node, right? But even when you are using those credits, it is very important to use which type of brain that you need to bring onto the board. Are you all aligned with me onto this discussion, everyone? Yes, no, maybe? Wonderful. So in that regard, I will try to bring a OpenAI into our discussion, or let's bring a Gemini, doesn't matter, right? Now, my question is, should I introduce OpenAI after the append the row or before the trigger? Before the trigger or after the append the row? Before the trigger, okay? After append the row, after append the row. For all of you who said before the trigger or after the append the row, if I introduce OpenAI node or anything node, what is the point of me using that? Don't you think I should use that brain right after receiving the input and manipulate that data and send that input to a Google Sheet? Correct? Yes, exactly. I'll have to use that in between. Yeah, that was a trick question. Okay, awesome. Now I'll just click on here, right? You can search for AI node. You can also click on this AI or search for OpenAI, right? You can click on this OpenAI. Now here, if you see, there are a lot of actions that we can do. Message a model, analyze image, generate image, like audio, video, conversations. There are a lot of things that you can do, right? But now you can just start with message a model. What is message a model? You're talking to one kind of a model. Is it GPT 4.1, 4.1 mini? Doesn't matter. You're talking to a model and getting a response. Okay. So I'll click on message a model. Now, again, for this, to start with, again, it will ask for a credential, right? If you're starting out new, oh, you'll have N8 and OpenAI free credits, something like this. N8 and free OpenAI API credits. Just click on this and get the job done. You don't have to worry about how do you create API keys and all. You'll get that direction eventually when we send out the guides, right? But for now, you will have to create an OpenAI API. Okay, let's check the one that is already there here. Now, here I'm trying to message a model, and now in the list of models, I need to choose what models to pick. Okay, here I will scroll down and probably search for GPT 4.1 Nano. Make sense, everyone? I'm choosing the model, right? I will click on GPT 4.1 Nano. Now, here is where you have to give the prompt. Okay, what is the prompt, everyone? Analyze the input. Okay, analyze the input and categorize them and format them into format them as follows. Let me write it that way, as follows. Okay, now here, what is the format that I need to have, everyone? Type of transaction, type of transaction. Okay, next is category, next is amount, The next is remaining balance. Again, we'll get to remaining balance shortly, right? Now, these three things I need to give. Okay. Let's try to run this. Is this clear, everyone? This is my prompt for my model. Okay, everyone? Lovely. Is this clear? Let me go and execute. Will this work? Will this run successfully is my question. Will this run successfully is my question. Yes, no, maybe. There's only yes, no, maybe answers. Come on. Will this run successfully or not? Maybe. Yes, but no. It should work. Okay. Let me execute this step. Okay, let's see what happens. It will be like it has run successfully. If you see, it has run successfully. There's no problem with it, right? But let's just see the output. Okay. If you see the output, it says that Akhil, please provide the input details you'd like to analyze and format. Did I anywhere give this input to it in the prompt? Did I anywhere give that input in the prompt? Right? If I'm not giving that input, how will it understand? Is that a valid point to make? Yeah, right. So all I have to do is drag and drop. Where is the input? Analyze this input. Let me give a hyphen here and I'll just drag and drop this input into that direction. Okay, but now if you see, this is in the last section. I don't want it there. So the moment you drag and drop, automatically this move into expression. The moment you move into expression, there's an ability to expand this window on the bottom right of that text box. Can you click on that? It'll open a new, like a bigger expanded window to write a better prompt here. I'll just cut this out here and paste it here. Okay. Format them as follows. And yeah, that's all. Okay. Now you will see something called as simplify output. Don't do that. Like disable that. You will also see a lot of options here that you can always, work on. What is the output format? What kind of things that you can do? But let's just run this workflow and see what is the thing here. Okay, everyone, let's go and execute the step. I've executed the step. Can you see that? Okay, it says this line. Here is the formatted information. Type of transaction, debit, category, shoes, amount 5,000. Is this giving a good job, everyone? Is this giving a good answer? Right? But my question to all of you, but my question to all of you, is this, don't you think this is again a sentence that I need to clean up in the next part? This is again a sentence that I need to clean up before I insert into the next part, which means again I'm trying to build a dumb design there. Correct? We need only values that are isolated for us. How do we do it? We need only values that are isolated for us. How do we do it? Okay. Just scroll down into the bottom, click on options, click on output format, right? You can select the format that is called JSON schema or JSON object. Let me put it this way. Okay. What is a JSON object? JSON object is nothing but it's a type of format where you store the values in a key value pair in under a flower bracket. So for example, if it's my name and something I'm trying to save somewhere, it will be like this. And if it's age, it will have a key, it will have its value. If the key here is name, the value is Akhil. The key here age, the value is 25. And let's say if the key here is maybe company, the value is probably outskill. Okay. And this is a format where you just present the data in a simple key value format. It is easily understandable just to pick this value. This is how even the programming languages understand this is a standard format. Just know that JSON is a format where you save information in a key value pair. Clear? Everyone? Are you good until this point? That's a thumb rule for you to just remember. Now, I will click on JSON object. And let me execute this once again. Scroll down. Can you all see that automatically now under text, these three are isolated for me? Don't you think it's a good design now, everyone? Under the text, these three are now automatically isolated. I don't have to second guess what goes where, right? Now that is isolated. Let's come back to our Google Sheet, right? Now, inside the Google Sheet, I will delete all of this because we no longer need that data clean and all that. All I have to do is I will scroll down to the output of the model. So this is our model, messenger model. I will scroll down to the output of the model. Under text, you will see these three values. These three values. All I have to do is drag type of expense to type of transaction, category to category, and amount to amount. Is this clear, everyone? Is this clear? What did I do? I took a brain. I asked that brain to construct and isolate this format for me so it is easily consumable for the next step. Okay, all I did that, save this. Let me execute this particular workflow or that particular node. It says that it is successfully appended. Now, can you see debit, shoes, and 5,000 are automated for the same input. Now it is intelligent enough to understand what goes where. Everyone, clear? Everyone, are you all with me? Okay, wonderful. Once again, I'll repeat this. What did we do with the AI in here? Inside the AI, first, select the credential, which you'll get free credits anyway. Second, choose the brain that you want to work with. It is very important. Third, write a prompt with the provide input that you want to provide that is coming from the chat input on the left hand side. I just dragged and dropped in here and ask the agent or sorry, ask the AI model to format them as per my requirement. Okay, clear? Once that is done, what happened with this? If I execute this, this will work. But the problem here is I will get a text English input or a text English output, right? It will be like, hey, Akhil, here you go, right? I don't want that, you know, trailing or, I don't want that extra English lines because if I get that as an output, don't you think I'll have to clean that output again before I insert the values into Google Sheet? Yes, no, maybe, right? For me to avoid that problem at the root cause or the root place, I will scroll down. I will click on an option that says output format, right? Under the output format, I will select JSON object. Leave that verbosity, medium, low, doesn't matter because we are only dealing with simple lines here. Now, the moment I execute it, automatically it will give a JSON output as per the format I have requested. What is a JSON output? It's a format where you just give a key, where you just store information in a key value format. So it is easy for me to just take these values in the next steps, right? In our case, what are the values they hold? Debit, shoes, and 5,000, right? So if I just drag and drop those values in the next Google Sheets, you scroll down. If I just drag and drop those values here automatically, since I'm presenting a key, automatically the value inside of that key will be taken and you will see that a preview of debit is shown here and the shoes is shown here and the 5,000 is shown here. Make sense? Everyone, are you all with me until this point? Right? Wonderful. Now my question to you, right? So no matter what is the input order change, this will work. Yes, no, maybe. No matter what is the change of order in the input, this will work. Okay, let's test something. Okay, I did a shopping for 10,000. Okay, this is my input. Will this work for this input? Will this work for this input? Question to all of you. Think carefully before you answer. Will this work for this input? No, no, no. No, no. Awesome. Okay. You all are correct or wrong. We'll get to know. Okay. Strangely enough, again it executed. Strangely enough, again it executed. Let's see what it did export or add into the sheet. Can you see? Shopping, category, and amount, right? Can I say that? Can I say that it was intelligent enough to categorize all of this, right? It was intelligent to categorize all of this. Just know, just know that why did we bring LLM in the first place? Can I say that since it understands a natural language, I bought it, correct? I bought the intelligence on board because it can understand the natural language, that is English, right? So if I've already bought it, what is the point of for me to maintain an order or a structure for my input? I can talk the way I want, right? Yes, no, maybe. Correct. I can talk the way I want. But now you might be asking, Akhil, you said that. But if you look into the expense tracker, under the type of expense, it listed shopping instead of debit or credit. Okay. Can I say that it's a problem with my prompt? Did I ever mention that type of expense will only carry the values debit or credit? I did not mention, right? So let's just check that once again. Inside my model, I will expand this prompt window. Type of transaction, I will say debit or credit. Only either of these, either one of these. Okay, clear? Again, this is a very basic prompt, everyone, right? Category, one word per category. Like, for example, shopping, entertainment, subscriptions, etc. Okay. And amount is amount. If you want to put a dollar, if you want to put an INR, like just go ahead and just put that INR. Let's execute this step once again. Now, okay, it has given the output. Let's execute this step once again for the same input I'm testing. For the same, I did a shopping for 10,000 and testing. Can you see? Debit, shopping in 10,000. It's recorded successfully. Can you see that, everyone? Right? So can I say that from a system where it was breaking if we flip the order, I've I've built a very robust system where it is intelligent enough to understand whatever I talk. Correct? It will figure out whatever I'm talking and just understand, okay, this is the type of expense Akhil is trying to imply, and it'll construct the data accordingly and record that expense into my sheet. Is that powerful, everyone? Is that powerful? Right? Someone saying, Akhil, I'm doing the same mistake of not saving. Yeah, thank you so much for the reminder. Right? Awesome. Awesome. Great. Now, this is a very robust system that will understand and work for all the edge cases or all the things that is related to these three: debit, category, amount for now. Okay. Now, let's try to understand something called as remaining balance. Okay. That's where I'm trying to bring another layer of complexity. Let's see, will it work or not? Okay. I don't know. Let's see. Let's figure out. Now, for me to understand a remaining balance, can I say that I'll have to prompt my model saying that whenever a record is coming in or an expense is coming in, right? If it's a debit transaction, subtract from the expense. If it's a, credit transaction, add it to the expense, correct? Everyone, that is the same logic I need to follow. Is that the prompt correct? So let's go and expand the prompt and write that here. The next one is remaining balance. Remaining balance, that is add to the balance if it's a credit transaction, else subtract from the balance, or in other words, amount, if it's a debit transaction. Clear? Add the amount if it's a credit transaction, subtract the amount if it's a debit transaction. Clear? Now let's go and run this. Let's save this up, open a new chat. I will say I bought a keyboard for 5K. Okay, let's see that. Wonderful. Let's go. Can you see debit? Again, it put into shopping and 5,000. It is doing its job, but why didn't it record in the remaining balance? Everyone, why didn't it record in the remaining balance? Can someone tell me what is the problem here? Think. Yes, for everyone who said, Akhil, you've got an output. That is fine. But did I anywhere use this output in the Google Sheet? No, right? Absolutely. Spot on. I'll have to go back to my Google Sheet, scroll down. See, this is never filled. This is never inserted. Okay. I'll have to scroll down and just do drag and drop. Okay. Now, let me save this. Let's clear this expense tracker, all of these details to get a very good understanding of remaining balance. Okay. I will also say that. Okay, someone saying you did not set the total balance first. Default um, uh, starting balance is 0. Okay, clear? Is this clear, everyone? I've given a prompt, opening balance or starting balance is 0. Let me write it, opening balance. Lovely. All right. Now, save this up. Let's start the transaction. Let's restart everything. Even my expense tracker is clean. Now, I'll say I bought a teddy bear for 3,000. Let's see. Enter. Wonderful. Okay. Let's go to expense tracker. Can you all see debit, shopping, 3,000 minus 3,000 so far working good? Opening balance was 0. So 0 minus 3,000 is a 3 minus 3,000. All right. Wonderful. Let's go back. My next statement would be, I got a salary of 20K. Or let me put it 5K. Okay. Now, what should be the output? What should be the output? Or what should be the remaining balance? Is there a way to what shopping items was? You can just change the prompt there. Right? Wonderful. Lovely. Let's go and click enter. Awesome. I think it is also working good. Fantastic. Now let's go back and see. Can you see, everyone? Remaining balance is 5,000. How come? How come? What do you think? I have to say from previous balance. Okay. Let's go and edit the prompt. Not a problem. Use it as per the previous balance. Okay. I will execute this step as is. And again, come back here and execute this step as is. Can you see? Even if I said that, it is saying 5,000. Even if I've said that, it is saying 5,000. On that note, okay. On that note, let's take a short 5-minute break. I want all of you to ponder on this discussion, on this problem and why it is not picking up. Right? Just ponder on it. Get your initial thoughts. Are you okay with 5-minute break? Everyone, a 5-minute water break, and then we'll come back with this next set of discussion. Yes? Wonderful. Let's take a 5-minute water break. We'll come back and demystify what's happening behind the scenes. But I want you to, put that neurons to work, try to flex your brain muscles and think what could be the problem, right? We will come back in just 5 minutes. Let's take a water break or a bio break and come back soon. I've put a timer, everyone. 5 minutes starts now. Right? But an AI specific action node. If you look into that, can you see that it is already trying to fetch the input from this chat input? Can you all see this? I got a salary of 5K, correct? It is already trying to fetch the input from the chat node, which is a good sign. So AI agent assumes that it is connected to a chat trigger node, which is exactly what we have connected, right? Now let's scroll down. Let's try to add a chat model. First things first, let's try to add a brain. What is the brain we have used earlier? OpenAI. Maybe this time we'll use Gemini. Let's see. Okay. Even in Gemini, you'll have to do different accounts in here, use different accounts in here. We'll go with the one that is already present. Maybe it will work. Now, again, inside the Gemini, 2.5 Flash is a model that is similar to GPT 4.1 mini or a nano, right? Again, I'll choose the smallest brain, right? That is good. Now, what else? Is the brain sorted, everyone? Yes, no, maybe. Is the brain sorted? Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Are you all with me? Correct. Awesome. Now let's get into the memory part. Let's get into the memory part. Let's click on the memory. Now just use the simple memory, but of course you can use different memories if you are, accustomed to these tools. Just click on simple memory. Now, this is very much important and I need to have your laser sharp focus right now. Okay? Watch this. What is the context window length, right? Context window length is a number that represents how many past interactions the model receives as context, or in other words, how many past interactions the model remembers. Okay, how many past interactions the model remembers. It's not context. Okay, how does that work? Let me get into this. First things first, when I send the first input, that is, I did a shopping for 5K. Okay, this is the very first interaction, and I will send it to an agent, or it will send it to a model or a brain, right? And my brain will give me some output, correct? It will give, okay, Akhil, as per your prompt. Of course, we'll give the prompt later. As per your prompt, it's a debit transaction. It's for shopping and it's for 5K. And since the opening balance is 0, it is another minus 5K. Clear? Is this clear so far, everyone, until this point? Right? Now, for my second interaction, if I say something like, I went for movies for 2K, correct? What happens if I send it to a brain again? If I send it to a brain, right? What happens is, it will also again, it will have to give my response now. It will have to give my response now. What happens with this first interaction? Here, the memory is as is. So the memory will be like this. Memory will be, user said this one. Okay. and AI said this one. Clear? So this is how the memory is captured because it's an interaction. It's not a message. So the message from user, the output from the brain will be recorded as part of the memory. Clear, everyone? Are you all with me? Are you all with me? Right? This is the memory part in the first interaction. In the second interaction, if I put a context window length as 1, I put a context window length as 1, it will take this interaction, the first interaction completely. It will append this memory to the prompt that you're sending in. It will append memory to the prompt that you're sending in for the second interaction. That is now, this is, although you're typing this is not what it is sent to the brain. This is not what it is sent to the brain. It will send something like this. It will take this input from you. It will try to append the memory. So the prompt will look something like this. I'll copy all of this. Okay. And then I don't know what N8N uses. Maybe it's like new command, that is I went for movies. Okay. Now, don't you think if I send this to brain, it will be able to calculate the remaining balance because it knows that the previous interaction, the value was -5. Everyone, is this making sense? Is this making sense? Right? So what's happening here? It will remember the memory. It will append that memory into my next interaction. And it will say that, okay, Akhil has already, did this interaction with me earlier. Just take this as the next additional context. And this is the new context or command he's giving. So take this into the brain and give me a new output. Again, this will give you a new output, right? It'll give a new output. It will say that, okay, as per the prompt that you have given me, Akhil, if the previous balance is not 0, that is here, just take that previous balance. So now on top of that, it will add this. So it will be debit movies, 2K for movies, but minus 7K as the total remaining balance. Clear? Everyone? Make sense? But now, even now, what happened again? Can I say that I had another round of interaction? That this is the user input and this is the message? Again, these two will be recorded into the memory. Again, these two will be recorded into the memory saying that user said this. Of course, this will be there as is. This is the first record or first interaction and this is the second interaction. It will be like, okay, Akhil said this and Akhil said user as this and this is the output from AI. Is this clear? Everyone? Okay, so this is my first interaction. This is the second interaction. Now watch this carefully, right? My memory is trying to increase. Like I'm trying to add more and more memory. I'm trying to remember more and more things in the memory, right? Now let's say if I'm trying to add another, if I'm trying to send another message right now, once again, right? Of course, can I say that these two will be appended to my prompt? Correct? Yes, no, maybe. These two will be appended to my prompt, but I can control how much context I can give. But I can control how much context I can give, right? What do I mean by that? Let's say if I put my context window length as just 1, if I put my context window length as just 1, what will it do? It will just take the last conversation or interaction into the new prompt. Make sense? Everyone? Make sense? So if I put it as 5, what it is doing? It is trying to get all the 5 interactions and add it to my current command. Correct? If I don't want 5, in this use case, can I say that if I just remember my previous transaction or interaction, I'll be able to calculate the remaining balance? Yes, no, maybe. Correct? Now, You might be asking, Akhil, why can't it be 1000? Why are you trying to optimize for memory? That's a valid question. Okay, let me put this context here. Let me put this context here. Can I say that for the first interaction, you will have one message, okay, and one output from the brain. Consider this as an output, okay, one output. For the second interaction, you will take this message, this output, and your new message. Can I say that you will send three messages, but you'll get one output? Correct? Everyone, make sense? Everyone, are you all aligned with me? Because I'm trying to append the memory. The memory will be appended here, so it's a three message. Now for the third interactions, what I'm trying to do, five messages, or what do you say, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then five messages. I'm sending five messages as an input, and I'm getting a one output. Correct? Let's say we have, if the length of, let's say if we're doing context as 100, can I say that on the 100th message, you'll probably be consuming 200 interactions, or like that is the input and output. That will be 201 messages on the 100th message, and you'll get one output. Correct? Everyone, are you all with me? Correct? Now what's happening here? If we go to the pricing, don't you think for every 1 million tokens you're getting charged $3? Correct? As an input. What is tokens? Okay, what is tokens? Good question. A tokens is a representation, and it's like, know that OpenAI trying to understand your words, English sentences and phrases and anything in terms of tokens. A tokens is typically one token represents, one token is approximately 4 English characters. Okay, one token is approximately 4 English characters. That means if I have million tokens, I have 4 million English characters to be consumed. So only if a model consumes 4 million English characters, OpenAI will charge me $3. Okay. Now, but with this interaction of memory, don't you think I'll easily exhaust my 1 million tokens if I'm sending 201 messages? Make sense, everyone, right? So optimizing for memory is a strategy that will again dive deep, or again, go back to saving the cost. You cannot put 1,000 message, because primarily, number one, it is economically a bad decision. Second, you like, on an average, after 1,000 messages, if you consume, like, you don't need that much of a context just to reply for a one output. At least in this case, you might be needing that memory of 100 or 1,000 maybe for a complex workflows which has 500 nodes working left, right, center. Am I clear with these statements and explanation, everyone? Right? Is this clear? So essentially, memory is nothing but it's trying to save my interaction of input and output and feed that interaction as a context to the next new command that I'm trying to enter. Give a thumbs up or say yes if you've understood so far. Yes, yes. All right. So in that regard, given our use case, we will put this context window length as 1. Now, my question to all of you is that, let's say, instead of remaining balance, if I have to calculate average of 10 values, what would be my context window then in that case? If I have to calculate an average value of 10 values, what would be my context window in that case? 10, correct. Because I just have to remember 10 previous answers from AI. That's 10 previous interactions. Correct? Lovely. Awesome. You've understood the logic, right? So the simple memory is also sorted. We have a brain, we have a memory. Let's not come into action for now. Okay. Let's go to the agent part right now as it is. Now, click on add option. Now here you need to write a system message for an agent. Why? Because it already got the prompt. That is user message or input is already taken care of in the first step. I need to tell or give it a persona for that agent on what it is supposed to do. Make sense? Everyone? What will I do? I will just copy paste the prompt that I've given earlier. And I will just change a few things in there. And go here. I don't have to give input because already input is taken care in the first step, etc. Add the amount if it's credit transaction, else subtract the amount if it's a debit transaction. Opening balance is 0. Use it as per the previous balance. If, okay, let me remove this line. If you have previous value, if you have previous balance, don't make the opening balance as 0. Use it as it is. Clear? Lovely. Now, save this up. Now, let me execute this particular answer. So executing node, again see output is type of transaction, credit, category, salary, amount. What is this again, everyone? What is this again? I'm getting a text. Do I need a text? Do I need a text or not? What do I need as an output? JSON object, correct? Absolutely, fantastic. Now I'll click on add an option here and I'll see if there's any output here. Okay, now here in the inside the agent, you'll not find it under options. You will see something called as require a specific output format. Okay, let me click on that, right? The moment I click on that, automatically you will see an output parser configuration given to here as it is. Click on this, right? Now return data in a defined JSON format is something I need. So I'll click on this once again. I'll define what is the format. Okay, where is the format? Yeah, amount remaining balance. I'll have to remove all of this. Remove all of this. Remove all of this. Amount. But remember, since it's a JSON, I'll have to give that format in the key value pair that I've discussed earlier. Here and value. And keep it empty because we're just giving a format on how it is supposed to give me output. Again. Okay. Comma. Again for amount, we'll do the same operation. Double quotes and double quotes empty value. Again double quotes empty value. And then I will close the loop. Clear? Automatically the errors are gone, right? Auto fix the format, whatever that is. It's fine. Is this clear, everyone? Why always JSON? Because I want to isolate these values from my conversation so I can just drag and drop them in the Google Sheets. Okay, let's try to execute this step. Before I execute, so even for output parser, just know that you'll have to give another sort of model, right? Again, let's check the Gemini. Let's keep it as is. You might be wondering, Akhil, why do we have two brains here now, all of a sudden? Because with an agent, maybe N8N is again working on this particular aspect. With an agent right now, once it uses the brain to flush out some output, right? With this output parser tool, that output is taken as an input to this node. And here in this node, again, it has to use some kind of a brain to transform the text into JSON, right? It's little not so obvious here, but just know that this is something N8N probably is working on. Clear? Again, to repeat it, in the context of an agent, if I send an input to an agent, right, it will flush out a text-based output using the first brain, text output, right? But if we want a specific format, right, now this text output is taken as an input to my structured output parser. Again, in the structured output parser, it will only understand if it has a brain, correct? So here, again, I'll use probably the second brain here. that is the second LLM here, to convert the text output into the format I need. That's what I'm doing. The recording will not be provided, Muhammad. Yeah. All right. Cool. Now, let's move on. Is this clear, everyone? Is this clear? Now let's execute the step and see if this is going to change or not. Right? Let's execute. Can you all see that? I've got this automatically. I got this automatically. There's a good question from Abhinav. Are we not increasing the cost by using two brains? Sure, but here in this case, that is one of the disadvantages right now with current stage of AI agent. Maybe eventually, just like the models that we have here, N8N will give us an option to directly send the JSON or an output here directly. So model will understand and just give that. Probably they are working on this, right? Okay. Now, once we get the output, I'll have to take this output and flush that into the Google Sheet. How will I flush it? I will get the AI agent output. Okay. I will remove all of this. Okay, I'll drag and drop type for transaction to type of transaction, category to category, amount to amount, and remaining balance to remaining balance. Clear? It's just a drag and drop. Okay. Lovely. Now, save this up. I'll remove this. I'll remove this line for now. Save this entirely. You can also broom this. There's an option of tidying this up. The moment you broom this, deactivated nodes will be coming below and you will see just an activated nodes or active nodes on the top. Okay. Let's try to execute the workflow. From the top, let's erase everything on the sheet to get the remaining balance and see if it is actually working or not. Let me reset the entire conversation, right? Now, let's do this. I did a shopping for 20,000, 20K. Okay, let's enter. So now you can always see that how and where things are flowing from one node to another node. Can you see debit shopping amount 20,000? Since the default value or opening balance is 0, it has taken 0 minus 20,000. All right. Now let's say the next conversation, I received a salary of 30,000. What should be the output? Everyone, what should be the remaining balance? 10K. Fantastic. Okay. Enter. Alrighty. Let's see what it is going to do. Can you all see this, everyone? 30K minus 20K is 10K. Makes sense, right? I'm able to solve the remaining balance problem also. There's an issue here. What is the problem here? I don't see any problem. It did execute whatever I need. So it's okay. It's probably a glitch. It's fine, right? I don't know, like probably the model output doesn't fit to require format to continue execution. Okay. I don't know. Let's do it once again. Save it. I will do something else. I went for movies in for 3K. Let's see. Enter. Let's see if it get the structured output. Yeah. Some issue with that node. I don't know what it is, but it is getting the job done. Maybe there's a glitch with that model. Right. It's a glitch. But it's okay. But as long as the work is getting done, why do we care about some UI preferences then? Everyone, is it clear? Are we good until this point? Hello, everyone. So I'll give you a brief of what have we done and how did we evolve from one stage to another stage so far. So it'll be more like a refresher. Okay. First, we have started with a problem statement that say we have to record the expenses, right? Record the expenses in a Google Sheet, right? Once that is done, we figured out that, okay, this is the type of input that we're going to insert into the Google Sheet. That's when we started. Okay, Akhil, let's start with a chat message on chat message that we've given. And we've directly connected that to Google Sheet to begin with. And inside Google Sheets, last sanction of movie for 3K didn't execute successfully. Yeah, because there was an error, no? There was an error, right? Awesome. Now, here, next, that is once it is done, we've got that, okay, we need to kind of clean this input. We need to kind of clean this input. And what do I mean by clean? I need to split this input and kind of get the extractions from respective places, right? Neeraj, do not spam. I will get to that shortly, right? Now, next, once we have defined that, okay, once we split, everything in the split will be having position starting from 0, 1, 2. That's what we have implemented into the Google Sheets node or in the columns. We have done some formula there and we have, so if you have thought that, okay, it's going to work well, all right? But the problem with that particular solution was if I flip the input order, instead of debit shopping 5,000, if I say shopping debit, sorry, 5,000 debit shopping, it will just clean the data and just insert them into the respective columns. It is dumb enough for not interpreting which value goes into which column, correct? That was the first bottleneck that we had to face. Yes, no, baby? Everyone? Hello? All right. Now, once that is done, we figured out that, okay, to solve this problem, let's bring a brain on board or an LLM on board that can understand the natural language or English that we're trying to communicate here and convert this data into the format that we need, that is the JSON format. Okay. Then we introduced an OpenAI node. Message a model action, where we have given the entire prompt. It was working well. It is trying to solve all the edge cases, even if I talk in a normal English, right? I don't have to stick to that specific order or the structure of input, right? It was working well until I was asking it to create remaining balance, correct? So for me to create or understand the concept of remaining balance will only be calculated if I remember my previous interaction, right? To solve that pain point, we've got agent on board. Agent is an amalgamation of a brain, a memory, and an ability to perform some action, which we will explore in the next sessions, right? In that agent, we figured out that, okay, we have put down a brain. We've configured the memory in such a way that it will remember only my previous conversation. Again, it is very much important for us to optimize this number to save the economic cost, right? Once we've understood that, we've optimized it, and then inside AI agent, we've given a system message that says something like this, which is exactly the copy paste of the prompt that we've given in the OpenAI model stage, right? We just copy paste it as is. Here, I did not give any input here to this agent because agent is already getting an input in the form of a prompt, that is the user message, because it believes that it is connected to a chat trigger node, which is correct. And this is a green signal. And it is also showing what kind of input it is receiving at this instance or at this execution. In this execution, the input is this. So it is automatically taking that input. Now, after that, we have given a require a specific output format because we need a JSON format, right? Now I'll click on output. This thing I've defined what is the format I need. If you're unable to get this, just ask ChatGPT to give a format, JSON format of this. It will give you, you can just copy paste it here, right? Once you did that, I've asked it to auto fix format if there are any trailing or any some issues, right? Probably the error here is model output doesn't fit required format. To continue the execution when this happens, change the on error parameter in the root node settings. Okay, we'll figure that out. Where is this? We have an on error here. I don't have on error anywhere here, but it's okay, fine, right? Now, once this is done, for every interaction, first, the AI agent will use this first brain, right? If there's no memory, it will not use that memory. It will kind of transform the data and flushes out a text output. right? And that text output is fed into the structured output parser. And that again uses a Gemini model or any other model that you specify, right? To convert that text into a JSON that I need. So that JSON is given as an output from this agent, which can be used as an input for the sheets, which I can just drag and drop and use. Clear? Everyone? Are we good until this point? Right? Now, again, thumb rule, everyone, use, like, I have shown you the three evolutions of, or the three types of workflows. One workflow is static. What do I mean by static? You take the input, kind of manipulate the input and paste the output as is, if you know that the order of input will never change. Make sense? If you know that the order of input will never change, you can just stick to that static input. Second, if you think that the order of input will change, that's where you have to introduce a brain, right? Once you introduce a brain, depending on the problem statement at hand, you need to figure out, should I use a simple OpenAI model or should you use an AI agent? You should use an AI agent if you need a memory or if you need some kind of additional action tools that you want to do. Clear, everyone? Clear, everyone? Right? So these three things you should take away from this session: that use AI agent when you need a memory and some action capability. Use model when you just need something to be processed and classified or formatted instantly without any memory. If you don't want to use these two, just do a static workflow that is already there. All right, clear, everyone? Did you all understood? Right? Now, let's close the loop of this particular discussion. That is, where did we start? We started saying that it gives you shareability of your automations also, correct? More control over your automation, that is already we have seen. Shareability of your automation. Let's say if this is the workflow that I've built, and if I want to share this to my client, right? How will I do? Click on the top three dots here and download. When you click on download, it will be downloaded as a JSON file, right? You can just save that file, share that file to everyone. It could be an email, it could be WhatsApp, anything. What other people will do? What other people will do is they will again go to a canvas, new canvas, and they will import from the file that you have given to them, right? You click on the import from file, they will choose the file that is downloaded in their system. Automatically, they will see the exact same or the workflow that is here, right? Now, remember, you might be wondering, Akhil, what if I gave my Google, for example, here, what if I have connected my Google API key here? What if I have connected or logged in into my Google account here, right? These will not be shared. N8N will explicitly remove all of this before you share that to someone. Clear? All your API keys, all your accounts will not be shared if you download the JSON file and share it to someone. Okay, it is secure that way. Correct. And someone is asking, yeah, you can do that probably, Shubham. Yeah. But you'll understand why did we do that? Why did we do this way eventually? All right. Okay, awesome. And that marks the end of our discussion for today, right? That's where I stop the magic show. Let me stop the screen sharing, right? Bharadwaj, are you around?
Yes, Akhil.
All right.
All right, folks. How was that? Did you understand how AI agents work? Yes, the workflow reference will be given to you. We'll send you the diagram in the resource. Akhil, do remember this. Let's send it in resource. Or
Done.
just probably drop it in the chat as well.
Okay. The Excalibur diagram.
Yes, yes. The Excalibur diagram and the workflow diagram of N8N.
Okay, let me.
Mind-blowing explanation. Wonderful. Okay. Guys, folks, that's not it. We have another session right after this, right? So it's 12:10 p.m. IST now. We'll take few questions. We will break for lunch. We will come back at 2 p.m. we will come back at 2 p.m. and we will do the same session, right? We will come back at 2 p.m. and we will do another lecture on RAG-based agent, retrieval augmented generation AI agent, right? So that's something that we are going to do, and we will be doing it at 2 p.m. But before that, we will do some Q&A for this session. I hope you had amazing time. Yes, it's 12:10 now, so we'll take question and answers until 12:30. So we will get back at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. is your next session. You don't have to leave the session. You can stay in the session and come back at 2. Okay, great. Do you want to share Slido, Akhil?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm just trying to put that in here. I've pasted the Excalibur. Everyone, I'm gonna stop the chat for a moment here. I'm
Yes,
pasting
we
the
will put a
Excalibur.
timer for break. Do not worry about it at all.
And should I share the JSON file,
Yeah, yeah,
Bharadwaj?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And probably show them how they can import the JSON file, and that'll look good for them. I think that'll be easy for them to comprehend.
I've
So
already shown, but I'll repeat that.
okay. So Akhil created a JSON file, people. So the JSON is something that you can import on your N8N itself, right? So how do you import that is what Akhil will show you now. So Akhil, go ahead. You can just show it. And
Yeah, 1 second. I've also shared the JSON with you.
okay, looks like Akhil has lost internet. Let me just check what's happening.
Self-hosting way. Difference between N8N and Make, I think that's where I started my discussion. If you remember, more control over your automation, it gives you shareability of your automation, it gets a self-hosting and open source capabilities. That's what we have discussed on the step 1. Yep. What will be the monthly cost to build and run this wonderful automation? Okay. What is the monthly cost to build and run this wonderful automation? Again, it depends. If you are on an N8N plan, it will be per execution on production. But I think it should be, I think, £20 to begin with for 2000 executions per month on an N8N plan. Can we use this in hackathon? Absolutely. Yes. Instead of memory, would it not be better to add a node to fetch the remaining balance? You could do that, but again, you'll have to fetch that, comprehend that particular answer, and then feed that into agent, right? Yeah, you can do that. Like again, agent is something I have to bring on with a use case. With this use case, I was trying to bring how agent can be used. So you get all the understanding of all these nodes present. Is using services like DeepSeek that has a low token pricing suggested? Yes, you can absolutely use that. Can I convert data from a PDF to JSON? Yes, you can do that. There are possibilities that you can do to extract data from PDF and convert that to JSON. You'll have to figure out the nodes under data manipulation or data transformation nodes. Please share real life example of this. Real life example of this is, see, ideally, whatever we have done here, right, of adding expenses, you could have done the same thing exactly in a Google Sheet also. Someone also mentioned about it. But the thing is, ideally, the trigger here we tested within the chat, right? But maybe sooner or later we will move this and probably connect a Telegram node or a Slack node. So you don't have to come back to Google Sheet every single time. Wherever you are working across different apps across your day, just connect that app as an entry point. That message is fetched and rest all of the things remain the same, right? So let's say if you are a person who uses Telegram more, you just send that message to the Telegram bot saying that, hey, I've done shopping for this thing, automatically the expense is recorded. You don't have to open this Excel sheet and fill it, right? So that's the power of automations in general. How to host N8N chatbot in websites. N8N chatbot in websites, I think, again, this is a discussion I will park it to later, because if I start talking about all the terminologies behind this, it will be too much for you to just comprehend at this moment. Had a question to integration of WhatsApp input. You can do that, but you need to get Meta business verification. Only business WhatsApp accounts will be supported for N8N integration. Personal accounts will not be supported. Bharadwaj, is we get a certificate of it? What certificate?
Yes, they will receive it.
All right, perfect. Can you elaborate on bit prompt security? Prompt is, again, if you are sharing it, like let's say, of course, when you're dealing with a client, you'll have to give all the resources such as prompts that you have worked with, right? So I don't understand the context of prompt security here. If I have a company server, then I also have to pay? No, just deploy N8N code in your company server. You don't have to pay. No, this is not meant for that kind of a hosting. You cannot deploy your app built by Python using N8N. Using Olama and N8N, there are enough tutorials on this. What if we are third brain? If we have a use case, go ahead and add. No problem there. If I share this N8N workflow copy to someone using Zapier, will they have the same workflow? No, it will not work on Zapier. It is only from N8N to N8N. That's how they lock into you. No, you'll not get the recording of the session, unfortunately. Can we get a step-by-step file, as it's difficult to record all the steps? I think that will be provided to you. Just wait for it. Do I need an AI agent to parse news from various newspapers for competitive exams like CAT and Deliver? Yeah. You'll need it. Where did you share the JSON file? In the chat. How can we publish this over a website? I don't want to show the account agents and others over N8N to anyone. Okay, let me deal with this first. Another N8N to anyone. Like, I don't understand the concept of publishing this over a website. Like, why would you publish this over a website? You will use this as a backend system, right? Thank you so much. Please share some self-learning material. I think that's where we started with our N8N discussion. Inside the dashboard, you will see something called as templates. That's your starting point. You can just play around, explore all the possibilities on N8N left, right, center. AI automations creating AI generated imagery are trending on social media. How is this possible? You'll eventually figure out, like, explore the template section that I've asked you to explore. You'll find so many use cases as is. How and where I can implement it, how, like in browser only or some shortcut something? What? This is a very abstract question. What should you implement? I'm in grade 8. Is it helpful for me? Absolutely. You are well ahead of the time to learn, and you should be using it for your own purposes at least. Where a non-tech person learn it. The classes that we are conducting in this boot camp for today and tomorrow is the place for you to learn and get accustomed to the language, or the things that are part of this tool, right? So use this platform to for that purposes, and on your self exploratory path, use templates here, right? Again, here, everyone, please note, in the interest of the time, I may not be able to take all of the questions, but I'll try to do as much as I can. How does token usage or interactions work when processing animation in between? Processing animation? We don't have any animations, no? But animation is just a use case for you that's saying that, okay, it is moving from one node to another. that will give you as a human, it will give you an interface to see what's happening, whether that particular node is processing or it. Animation has nothing to do with the processing. What time will we be back for the next session? How many minutes from now? Because I'm in a different time zone. So it's about 1.5 hours, correct, Bharadwaj? From now? 1.5 hour from now?
Yes, Akhil. 1.5.
Can we integrate these workflows with JS or Python code as well? Yes. How and where I can implement? How, like, again, I don't understand this question. Please rephrase. How do we lead automation with this? And how do we can do it? Just wait and watch. You'll find all the exploratory paths around this. I think the question is repeated. What is a website where I get many AIs? Open something. Open router. Open router. Can you explain how to utilize pin data while testing the workflow? You'll get, we'll probably explore that in the next session or day after tomorrow's session. Don't worry. Is there, we can use different brain engine for different brains? Yeah. If you put an agent, you can use different brains for different problems. Yeah. I want to create an automation on monitoring and evaluation frameworks. I need a guide on what evaluation frameworks and for what monitoring. Is anything available in MS3? I don't think so. No. Is there a marketplace where we can access pre-made workflows? That's what I'm showing, right? Templates. Click on the templates from N8N, and that's a place for you to start. Now, next. How do I create real-time responses-based Google Sheets for insights on savings, performance per money sent, and spending details that guide me to spend wisely? Again, folks, okay, from here on, if there are questions that you can just ask with ChatGPT and get it answered, I'll just say them, say ChatGPT. Okay, you can ask this in ChatGPT, you'll get a response. I'm getting an error using N8N file. When I'm deploying the file, constant error I'm facing. Okay, what is the error? Is the question now. Not nowhere I'm able to see the JSON file in the chat. I think it'll be part of the resources section. Correct, Bharadwaj, we can save it post the session, right? Share it post the session also.
Yes, Akhil.
All right. How to use N8N in YouTube? Why would you use N8N in a YouTube? What is the use case? I will share them once again. Don't worry. Is the steep N8N learning curve worth it versus make? Yes, absolutely. Right. N8N is one of the fastest adopted AI automation tool today. Perform automation using Bolt.new. That's a programmatic automation, right? But that needs you to understand the code and how things move from one place to another place. You can do some parts of it, but not entirely as N8N does. When is the next course on the same topic? Could you please share the registration link? I cannot attend the entire session due to circumstances. Bharadwaj?
The next session is on the same, not on the same topic. The registration link is the same. Uh, so what you will learn next is you will learn a better and more intelligent AI agent, which will probably take actions on a database that you upload. It's basically called vector database, which we will talk about in the next lecture. So we will connect a vector database to the AI agent so that it is referring to the database that we add and replying to the queries that anybody gives in. So it's going to be interesting. And it's a business problem that we're trying to solve, which is like a customer support agent. It's an autonomous customer support AI agent that replies to customers by referring to a database automatically without a human involved. It could be a refund query, it could be a sale query, anything. All of this will be automated in the next session. It'll be interesting. So be there.
Right. Shall I add Google Photos in Google Sheets using this? Yeah, you can add. Can we use N8N to delete unwanted emails in Gmail? Absolutely. Do I have to still pay for tokens separately in N8N? Correct. LLMs are independent cost. Yeah. Very first two steps. You just refer the workflow, no? You'll be able to understand. I do not have any modeling experience. Is this workshop sensible to continue to follow? Modeling? We're not doing any modeling, right? Can we integrate input as a WhatsApp? Yes. You can refer the template section here. You'll figure out how do you integrate WhatsApp there. Can I get notes for the session? I've shared them in the chat. Will you be sharing resources about which you are telling? We have shared the resources in the chat. I'll send them once again. Just give me a moment here. Here is our image. This is the image. And I'm gonna send the graphic or the JSON here once again. Yeah, just wait a moment, they will come. How do we create a real-time response based on insight savings performance? You'll have to connect different nodes and different triggers. Can a non-coder use such workflows at scale? Yes. Can you share slides of the session that will help more? I did not have any slides, right? Whatever I have written on the Excalibur, I've shared it. Is there going to have any lecture in the near future? You have next session here only, no? Right after this. Could I join another batch as I join late and facing power is unable to follow what's going on? Maybe you can. Maybe you'll get their instructions. Will we learn about agent development frameworks such as LangChain? No, I think that is out of the discussion. What type of tools can be connected to agent node? We'll explore that. Keep that curiosity as is. Can we integrate this workflow with JS? Yes, this is done. Can we better start guide and cheat sheets for an item? Please go through these templates. I'm gonna share this as is in the link. You can watch that. There are about 7,000 workflow automation templates that you can just explore. Let's say if you want to do something related to WhatsApp, just click on WhatsApp. You'll be able to see what are the workflows that you can click with WhatsApp and how do you integrate and all that. Please use this particular platform that is developed by N8N, which constitutes or contains all the workflows done by N8N team as well as community. I'm going to ignore all the questions related to that. Ask ChatGPT, Manmohan, tell how to get that JSON because wisdom zoom. I've sent it once again. There are so many nodes. How much time will it take to learn everything? Like it's impossible for you to learn N8N everything, even if you are doing it for a 3-4 years. But if you can understand that 20% of nodes that will get you the 80-90% of the job done, you are in a good shape and you can call yourself as an automation expert. Yes, 14 days. How to use N8N like a pro? You will eventually get it once you start practicing. I have shared that in the chat right now. Yes, absolutely. Microsoft PowerPoint can be added after Excel. You can. I'd love to see just a bigger, more complex workflow to see how complex things can get. Just wait and watch. You're up for a ride. Can you use API for LLM like from free ChatGPT? Yeah, and it gives you free credits if you're on a free trial. What are the other use cases? You'll understand. We have just started. Again, we've put this use case because it's easy enough for you to understand and grasp the concepts. If you have started with some kind of a video generation, image generation of some APIs talking to something, like everything will be a bouncer over your head, right? How to use free version of N8N on my own terminal. Please watch YouTube. Can we use N8N for WhatsApp automations? Yes. Can we create an agent for application via N8N? Yes. I'm not able to access the pasted graphics. I've sent it again. How it can help make money? You can sell these automations to the clients depending on the problem that you're trying to solve for them. But can we do it in N8N? Yeah. Please give us access for recording. Unfortunately, it's not provided. Is there any long problems are used to solve in N8N? Yeah, you'll get to know about it. Is there a resource folder that will be shared? No, I've shared all the resources to you in this particular chat right now. I've shared it, shared it. No, is there any free model to connect with? OpenAI, or we can use that OpenAI. We analyze time and space complexities. In AI, we are talking about costs associated with LLM usage. Any thumbs rules to follow? Like when you're trying to save LLM costs, primary is how do you optimize for memory, especially in the context of agent. At the same time, how do you pick a model that is used for that particular use case? Pick the model that is balanced enough for that use case. So that way your time and space analogy is kind of covered with LLM. Yes, you will know it, Pranav. Keep that curiosity as is, you'll know it shortly. Uh, I'm not sure why, but I've shared it once again. Please refer. This is not a desktop app, it's a web browser app, so it will work irrespective of what terminal you use. I don't know what is Nella, so I cannot help it here. Multiple devices. What devices? The workflow that you've shared is open in N8N, yes. You just have to change the document in that particular node. So here in this particular N8N configuration, you just have to change which document. Instead of expense tracker, pick another one, or if you want to change the account here, to choose that account where the document exists. Alrighty. Sorry, but I'm unable to see. Again, I've shared it. The MCP related to agents and automations, kind of, but not completely. So Pubbase, it's a database. So yeah. What considerations in general are required for scaling a solution to a million customers? Again, we are starting beginning, like we're beginning the journey, like it's understand where are we making the trade-offs, what kind of decisions we are doing, how do we architect. So the idea is to create a robust solution that will do the job at scale, right? You will eventually figure out as you start practicing more and more workflows by yourself. YouTube videos, nope, no recordings will be provided. It showed can't connect to N8 and always what's wrong. I'm not sure what is the issue there. Good team provides, nope. Yes, kind of. I think there are questions that are coming on once again as is. So I'll take last 5-10 questions, everyone, and then we can wrap up this Q&A. Should I start on a lower scale if this session was hard to follow when I'm not tech savvy? I think that we have started with a very beginning part. Like this is the beginner friendly session that I've constructed. Maybe it could be that the pace was too fast, or it could be that it was a couple of things went overhead, but we can start maybe watching some of the YouTube videos now that you've understood how do you go with this platform. Or can we publish over website? You'll understand that later. Does it works on Instagram? Instagram business accounts only. Uh, Best problems solved are your personal problems. So figure out, like, sit down and self-reflect on what are the 5 to 10 things that you can optimize in your day, in your professional work or in your personal work. Once you figure out these pain points, that's when you have to, create a brain map or, flow chart kind of a thing to plan out how do we construct the same thing in an N8N, which you will understand eventually as we build more and more complex flows. I think they are similar, but I've not used Flowise extensively, so I cannot help in here. How to use N8 is a TG bot. Is there limitations when locally hosting N8 and via command? Correct. Yeah, that's another discussion to have. When is the next course on the same topic? I think Bharadwaj, the question is kind of repeated that like when are we conducting the similar boot camp again is the question, if I'm understanding it right. Hey Bharadwaj, are you around?
Yes, Akhil. So, repetitive questions, I think we have answered once. The next session topic is building a customer
No,
support
no.
agent,
I
solving
think
business
they're
problems.
asking boot camp. When will that happen?
Quick, is the next course on the tape? Can you send the registered link? No, I don't know if that is okay. You want to know when the same session is happening? Probably during the month end, but I'm not sure about invite that will reach you or no. But if you are in this session, some please make sure you attend this, people. If not, write us saying that you want to attend the next one. But that is not the option that is available because we don't know when is the next one. So please
Correct.
attend.
Yes. All right. I think we'll take last two questions. How many executions can N8N handle before bottlenecks? I mean, it depends on the use case. So in my testing, it can easily handle about 3,000, 4,000. But again, if you want some kind of a concurrency, you need to maintain that separately. We'll take last question. Are we able to perform complex automations like Vibo does? Yes, tomorrow we are going to dive deep into the similar automation that Vibo exactly put in place. That is called Cherry. But for you to understand what you're going to talk today, you need to go through, you need to also understand the second session that we are trying to cover today in the second half right after lunch. And having said that, that's a wrap for our Q&A. All right, Bharadwaj, you can take over then.
All right. Thank you so much, Akhil. The next session is on customer support agent, building multi-level agent system using vector database. The session will start in 1 hour 15 minutes. That's exactly at 2 p.m. All right. So you can stay back in the same session, or you can join back using the same link as well. I'm not ending the session. So see you there in 1 hour 14 minutes. Looking forward to see you all.
All right, cool. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good day ahead. See you all tomorrow. Bye bye.
whenever whenever you probably may have employees within your organization. Those are human agents. They are supposed to do certain set of tasks, right? And typically, how does a human agent work? So when we compare AI agents, I'll actually take an analogy with a human agent, like a human workforce, right? So typically, when you talk about traditional AI, let's say all of us have used ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, and all of these tools. When we ask regular questions like, what's the weather like, right? It might tell you that I don't have real data. Some of the LLMs might provide you real-time data also, but there could be a possibility that they may not have real-time data. On the other hand, please pay attention, this part, right? When you ask an AI agent, what is the weather like right now? The agent is capable enough to identify that this is the place where I'm supposed to extract the weather information. It might also check what is the location of the user and it will return with the weather condition in that given area. Make sense? The most important difference is this is just a very basic example where AI agent has access to something, right? We don't know. We know it's a weather API where it extracts the weather information. But then the most important thing is they just don't respond. They identify what is the user's query. Based on the user's query, what am I supposed to do next? And it does the right thing for you. And in a lot of cases, you don't have to really tell the AI agent what to do. You just tell it that, okay, I need you to get me this information. Let us take another example. All of us have planned holidays. When you plan holidays, that time what happens, you might probably go ahead and tell some kind of an AI automation saying, when you plan a holiday, I want you to do a set of 5 things. Maybe go to a website, search for flights, search for the right destination, and those kind of stuff. On the other hand, when you compare it with an AI agent, what happens is you can directly tell them that these are my preferences. I want you to plan the holiday for me. That is what an AI agent is capable of doing. It can work autonomously and it has a lot of powerful accesses also. And when we see it live demo, we'll show you how an AI agent works. Now, there are three very, very important components of an AI agent. The first one, and we will see it in action. We will show you a live demo of how that thing works. But remember, an AI agent has three things. One is the brain, the reasoning engine that understands the user's questions. It is able to identify that, okay, this is the next thing that I'm supposed to do. And then it gives you the output or it makes decisions for you. The second important thing, right? All of us as humans have memory. AI agent also has memory, which means it can remember context. Whenever it is talking to a given person, let's say Bharadwaj, right? It knows that, okay, this is the last conversation that I'm having with Bharadwaj, and this is how I'm supposed to react next. And we will see it in action again. And the most important thing that makes an AI agent an AI agent is having access to tools, which means it can have external capabilities like it can do search for you, it can do calculate, it has access to calculators, databases, it can even access your emails, your calendars, your meeting tool, all of these, and that is what the tool access on an AI agent means. Is it making sense so far? Is the chat open? Can we turn on the chat for a while, maybe?
Jitesh, you can regulate the chat yourself because people are asking it's distractive. Okay, I kept it on host and panelist for now.
Sure. Okay, fine. I think
Okay,
that's good.
so
Okay.
yeah,
I agree.
if
Yeah,
it's
let's keep it
distractive for
active
you,
host and yeah, I will
if
do
it's
that. Okay.
distractive for you, you can moderate.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Now, everyone remember this, right? If possible, take a screenshot of this part also. When we go to the real demo part, this will all make a lot of sense, right? We will see a real demo of how we are building an AI agent that has a brain, the memory, and access to tools. And let us get into each of these sections one by one, right? So the brain, the reasoning engine, right? What it does. It behaves just like a human brain. It is like the executive function that decides what to do next, how to act, and do different stuff. So take of it as an example of how a human brain works. Some of the common brains that AI agents use can be any of the OpenAI engines, could be GPT-4, Claude, Gemini, Llama, Grok, or any of these, right? These can all be brains that can work for an AI agent. Next important thing is memory. AI agent is able to understand or remember what the user is talking about. And that is very important for AI agents to function accurately. And we will see it in action. When we see it in action, it will make all lot more sense. So for now, I will skip a few of these because when we see it in action, we'll come back to this part and we'll see. Oh, give me a minute. Sorry, I think my power went off. Allow me a minute. I will have to share my screen again. Okay, now because I'm working on a single screen, I may not be able to look at the chats for a moment. Now, we were talking about the memory part of it, right? Where an AI agent needs to remember what the users are talking about. Okay. So, for example, let us see without memory what happens. You are asking, book me a flight to Paris. The agent might say, when would you like to travel? And then the next thing that you ask is, next week. Agent says, what's your destination? Notice here, it was not able to remember or recall that you wanted a flight to Paris. Okay, so this is what happens without a memory. When you have a memory in the other case, right? You say, book me a flight to Paris. When would you like to travel? I say next week. I found flights to Paris for next week. It remembers that you wanted to travel to Paris, and that is what you're looking for. And that is the importance of having a memory. Allow me a minute. I will just stop sharing and share again. Okay. Now, the next very important thing, giving AI agents access to tools. And tools are extremely important because it can do external functions outside the agent's context, which means if an agent needs to access your emails, read out the emails for you, or send emails on your behalf, all of those things can happen using tools. Okay. Similarly, if you wanted to have access to your calendars to allow it to check your meetings, check your calendars, book meetings for you, all of the things that possibly you heard of about in Jerry, that will happen through tools. Okay. Some common agent tools can be, apart from the Gmail, calendar, and all of these things, there can be other tool examples like these. It can send emails for you. It can check your calendars, do something on your payment gateway, do some kind of an image generation, send notifications to someone. These are some of the tools access that agent will have. Now, a real life example, right, of how brain and a tool will work. So let's say you're giving an AI agent a task, calculate the tip of 87.50 dinner bill with an 18% tip and send the total to my friend. As humans, when we look at this, what will we think? We need to calculate and then send a message, right? That's exactly how the agent's brain behaves. It first identifies that it needs to calculate 18% tip on top of this amount, which is this. And then the total amount needs to be sent by an email to his friend, to his or her friend. And that is how the task is completed. That is how an AI agent functions. Is it making sense so far of what tools are? Okay. Now, a quick recap of the entire workflow, right? How AI agents work. Very important part. Even if you've not managed to pay attention until this point, this part will kind of summarize or recap everything for you. User provides a goal or a task. Book the cheapest flight to Tokyo for next month. Agent records the relevant context. It knows that the user prefers window seats and has a $500 budget because the users would have specified that in the previous conversation, right? That is how memory works. It knows the context of what is happening. Next thing, the agent uses the brain. It creates a plan, search for flight, filter by price, check seat availability, and then book. It creates a full plan of how what it needs to do. And then the next thing that it does is it decides which tools to use for what. For example, if I have to search for flights, I'll have to use the flight search website or rather flight search API, right? It could be anything. Next, whether when I want to filter by the price on the same website, I need to filter by the price, similar to how human agents would do. Check the seat availability and then create a booking. After all of that, the agent will evaluate the results. It will identify that this does meet the budget that the user has specified. Should I book or show the options? Agent will decide whether to send this information back to the user and then make a booking, or whether it should make a booking directly. That depends on how we have configured the agent. The next important thing is whatever information agent needs to store, it will store that into their memory so that it does not have to call the flight website or the flight API again and again. That is how it makes use of the memory. And finally, it says, I found a flight for $480 for a window seat. Shall I book it? That's how the AI agent works for you. And the eventual goal is like this, where it has an input, checks the memory, thinks and plans, uses tools, observes the result, evaluates, and then maybe it will speak to the user saying, should I do this? Should I do that? And then maybe finally it will give you an output of what it needs to do. Okay. Now, before we get into building an AI agents for ourselves, let us see a real world example. Some of the possible examples of a real world agent. It can be a customer support agent, customer service agent that is getting very common these days in the world of AI. And that is what we will be building towards the second part of the session. The next thing would be a data analyst agent that can look at your database, make assumptions or prepare reports for you, maybe prepare charts for you, do some kind of a parsing, whatever it is, right? This is what data analyst agent can do. And then it could be a smart home agent that works with various tools at your home, like your cameras, bulbs, your music player, all of these, right? These are some of the examples of an AI agent. Finally, key takeaways, very important. And I think out of all of this, this is going to be most important of what the most essential components of an AI agent is. I'm reiterating this again and again because this is very, very important, right? Because whenever someone asks you what is an AI agent, it has a brain, it will have a memory, and it should have access to tools. That is what makes an AI agent as powerful as it should be. Is it making sense so far? All right, perfect. Are we now excited to see an AI agent in action? Are we excited to build an AI agent now? All right. Now, let us get into our N8N platform where we will be building an AI agent. In your case, ignore the URL that you see here because I'm using a self-hosted version of N8N. This is what it looks like. But typically, if based on the kind of N8N version that you're using, you might have a different URL also. Have you built a workflow? Have you guys built a workflow on N8N so far? Okay, you have, which means you are fairly familiar with the N8N interface. I'll not get into too many details around that. Okay, great. On N8N, when you want to build an AI agent, you start by creating a workflow. Okay, so you go into N8N, you will see a button that says create a workflow. When you do that, every workflow starts with a trigger, which means what will trigger that workflow for you. Okay, so let us give it a name. Let's call it my first AI agent. Now, in case of a workflow, we can use any trigger. What triggers are you guys familiar with so far? Okay, chat. Fine. I can see that chat trigger is something that people are familiar with. So we'll start with the chat trigger itself. We'll click here. On the right-hand side, you will see a menu option where you can search for chat trigger. I will select that. No need to make any settings here. There are some customizations that you can do right here. No need to do any of these. You can close this. After you do that, you have a button that says open chat. Click on open chat and send it a message, right? Let's say, what is the capital of the United States? For now, it did not give you any response at all as a part of the chat message. Okay, but you see that it shows a green message, which means it has read the chat message for you. You double click on it, you will see that whatever message that you sent on the chat was given as the output as the part of this node, the trigger node. So you get to see the chat node ran successfully. Now, because we are looking to build an AI agent, the output of the chat message, which is what is the capital of the United States, we want to send it to a node called an AI agent. Now, everyone, please pay full attention here. You click here, you will be able to add a node here. Two options from this point onwards. Either you can click on AI and click on AI agent, or you can search for AI agent here. You will see AI agent. You can now click on this. Hello, is my sound clear? Okay to everyone? Okay, perfect. Thank you. What I did just now was I simply selected the AI agent node, right? I will do it again in case you have missed it. This is very, very important. So I'm repeating it again. You search for AI agent, select that, and after that, you will see, by the way, because I'm doing some bit of a navigation, I think it might be better if I turn on cursor highlighter. I think it might be easier for everyone. Okay. Now you'll know where my cursor is going. So what I did was I selected an AI agent node. And when I double click on this, I will see that it has a few parameters. Everyone, please pay attention to this part. It's very, very important. It is asking you what is the source for the prompt, which means it is asking what is the input for the AI agent. In this case, the input is coming from the connected chat trigger node. Okay. And that is the previous node's input, which is this. And this is what the input looks like. And that's all that needs to be configured here. Okay, give me 1 minute, okay? I just want to check, get a feedback. Is this cursor useful for you guys, or should I turn it off? I think some of you said it is a bit annoying. Turn off, okay, fine. I will turn it off. I think most of you said it was a bit annoying, so I have turned it off. Okay. So on the AI agent, we remember when we looked at the introduction to AI agents, we said the AI agent will have a brain, a memory, and tools. And if you compare that with our N8N AI agent, you see there is a chat model, there is a memory, and then there is a tool. It is very important to understand that a chat model is same as the brain, which means it is asking you what brain should I use, what memory should I use, and what tools would you like to connect this AI agent to. Okay. And out of all these three, there is a red asterisk besides the chat model only, which means a AI agent must have a brain to function. So let us go ahead and connect a brain. When you click on this plus button besides chat model, it will give you okay, I'm zooming in a little bit. I click on the plus button here. It will give you a list of language models to choose from. You can use any of the Anthropic chat models. You can use Azure, Gemini, Grok, any of the popular language models can be used as a part of the brain, right? And because I use OpenAI most of the time, I will use OpenAI, but feel free to use any language model. Now, when you have OpenAI, you will be asked to, first time, you will be asked to create your OpenAI credential. Are you guys familiar with how to create an OpenAI credential? Okay, some of you are, some of you are not, but I will quickly explain that. What you need to do is you need to go to platform.openai.com. Okay, wait, I think I'm not logged in. Give me 1 minute, please. Allow me 1 minute. So you need to log into platform.openai.com. Okay, it's asking me for the login code. After you sign into platform.openai.com, you will see a settings icon on the top right corner. Okay. And when you do that, you can switch your organization, right? So these are some of the organizations that I'm a part of. You can go into API keys, and over here you can create a new secret key. Give it a name, right? And then create a secret key. Select the project and then create a secret key. As soon as you do that, you will get a key here. You can copy that, come back to N8N, paste that secret key here. That's how you connect your OpenAI account. Remember something, you will have to add a few uh, a dollar's worth of credits to your OpenAI accounts in order for you to be able to use it. It is a paid tool, but the token costs are kind of very less. So you can start with as low as $5 also. That's how you create a OpenAI connection. Similar process works for whether you want to connect with Gemini, Grok, or any other LLM tool. Okay, so I will close this. Because I have a OpenAI account that I'm using already, I will select that. Now, after you have selected the OpenAI keys, remember we are in the part where we are connecting the brain. We are in the part where we are connecting the brain, which is the chat model. In that, we connected the OpenAI credentials, and it is asking you which OpenAI model would you like to use. There are a ton of models that you can choose from. You can choose GPT-5, GPT 4.1 mini. There's another, there's a good model that I kind of rely on heavily is GPT-4o mini. So I kind of use that model for a lot of cases, but for other models are also absolutely okay. Okay, that's how you select the model for OpenAI. You have successfully connected your AI agent to a brain. Let us see it in action now. How do we do that? You will see a chat window here already. If you don't see a chat window, if your workflow looks like this, right? For example, to open chat, you can either click on this or you can click on this. You will see an open chat button here. You can click here. It will open the chat button for you and then model for you. And here you can go ahead and ask your question to the AI agent. Let us ask the same question. What is the capital of the United States? See what it does. It said the capital of the United States is Washington, D.C. Let us ask another question. Who is the president? Let's see what it does. As of my last knowledge update in October 2021, the president of the United States was Joe Biden. However, I don't have real-time data access, so I recommend checking the latest news for the most current information. Did you understand that OpenAI models did not have access to latest information? Okay, so one problem is it did not have access to the latest information because we've not connected it to any tool yet. Okay, let us try something else. What country am I talking about? You see here, although I asked about, I said, what country am I talking about? It knows that it is talking about the United States so far, but it was not able to identify that, or it did not know that I'm talking about the United States. Can you tell me why that happened? Yes, I think a lot of you have answered it correctly. The AI agent did not have a memory, right? It did not remember what are we talking about. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to give it access to a memory. Let us do that now. We click on the plus button besides memory. There are some memory options that N8N provides. So I select simple memory. And then when you select simple memory, it will ask you what is the session ID that you want to use for the memory. Now, this is little important because whenever an AI agent might be talking to multiple people, it could be talking to Bharadwaj, it could be talking to myself, right? So when it's talking to Bharadwaj, it should remember that it is talking to Bharadwaj. When it is talking to Jitesh, it should remember it is talking to Jitesh. For that reason, it needs to identify or it needs to have a unique identifier for every chat. Does everyone agree or understand that? When it is talking to different people, an AI agent, it needs to have unique identifiers between these people. And that is what a session ID is. That is the reason we need to give it a session ID. In case of a chat trigger node, session ID is automatically detected. So we don't have to do anything. Another thing is it is asking you context window length. How many past interactions should the model remember, right? So don't set it to very high, don't set it to very low. Give it a base number, something between 5 to 10, so that it remembers about 5 to 10 past interactions. The disadvantage of it having remember like 1000 messages in the past is that your AI will slow down and it will consume a lot of tokens. Is it making sense? Do we understand what a context window length is? Okay. Now that we have a simple memory, let us say, what is the capital of India? Right? Who is the president, let's say? It said, as per my last update, the president is this person who took office on this date. Let us ask one more question. What date is it today? Did you notice something? It said today's date is October 1st, 2023. One thing that we were able to address here is it remembered that we are talking about India because it could put that in the memory. Every time you see a tick, it means it is using that given node. The moment you asked what date is it today, it did not know what it is. Because the AI model that we are using that was trained until this date only. So it does not know what today's date is. It has tail data. Okay. Now let us try one more example where we will give it access to a tool. We can work with a lot of complex tools, but for the sake of this basic demo, I will give it access to a date time tool. You click on tool and you can see there is a date time tool, right? And it has an operation that says get current date. Okay. And I will click outside. Now the AI agent knows that whenever it needs to get current date, it can use the date and time tool. Let us try it now. What is today's date? Okay, this time you see this tool was used. That's the reason you see it a green tick here, and it said today's date is 10th of January 2026. Is it making sense so far? Okay. We have created a very basic AI agent so far. There is one more thing that I want to tell you before I complete this basic AI agent demo, and we'll get into a slightly more advanced one. That will be our customer support agent. Every AI agent will have something called system prompt. And actually not every, but it is better to give a system prompt to an AI agent. Do you understand what a system prompt or a system instruction is? Okay, some of you say yes, some of you say no, that's okay. It is a set of rules that you can give to the AI agent saying how it should behave. Okay, let us do that. I double click on the AI agent node. I will see add option here. I will see something called system message. Okay, over here you can give any instruction to the AI agent. You can give it simple instructions in plain English. Okay, I will say, you are my personal assistant called Jerry. You have to answer common user questions and help them out. Try to uh, brighten up their day by sending them interesting motivational messages with every answer, right? Just a random stuff. What we are doing is, just to repeat, what we are doing is we are giving some kind of an instruction or a rule book to the AI agent saying how it should behave. Okay. Now that I've given the system message or system instruction or system prompt, let's see how it behaves. Let me save it and let me ask. It said, my name is Jerry. I'm here to assist with questions. Remember, every day is a very new opportunity to shine and achieve your dreams, right? What can you do for me? Right? It is giving you some ideas. By the way, I want to iterate here. While I have used the name Jerry, this AI agent is not Jerry yet, right? Jerry is what we will be talking about tomorrow. I just wanted to give you an example. Okay, so this is not Jerry, just a way for you to understand how to give system prompt to an AI agent. Is it making sense, everyone? Okay. So we have created an AI agent that works with a chat trigger node and it is answering questions for us. You saw a very basic example that started with a brain, a memory, and access to tools. One thing that I want to tell you, very important, right? You see here on the chat model, you don't have a plus button anymore. On a memory, you don't have a plus button anymore. But for tool, you still have a plus button. What does that mean? It means an AI agent can have access to multiple tools. You can connect it to maybe hundreds of tools also. Okay. Maybe there are better ways to do it. You should not connect it to hundreds of tools. Otherwise, the AI agent may not behave in the best possible way. But then there is a possibility that you can connect an AI agent to so many different tools. One tool to access the date and time, another tool to search on Google, another tool to look up your email, another tool to send emails on your behalf, and so on. Okay, so that is what a tool is. All right. Are we now ready to get into a slightly next level where we talk about customer support agent? Okay. All right. Now, what comes to your mind when you think of a customer support agent? I will stop sharing. I want to ask some questions now. What is a customer support agent's? I mean, what are the channels where customer support agents could work? Right. So customer support agents could work on either email. I can see a lot of examples. I'll put them down here. WhatsApp, website chat, whatever it is, right? Phone also, yes. Okay, so these are the different channels that a customer support agent could basically work on. There could be a lot of other examples also, like social media and all of these, right? So these are the channels on which a customer support agent would work. Another question, right? Do you all agree that when you are working as a human customer support agent or a representative, you will have to ensure that any answer that you are giving, sorry, I think I thought I was sharing my screen again. Let me share my screen. Okay, I'm sharing my screen again. So these are the different channels that we have for a customer support agent. Now, when you're working as a customer support agent, do you all agree that you will need to have, you will need to be able to answer very accurately in terms of the company's policies? right? For example, what is the company's return policy, refund policy, payment policy, delivery tracking, and all of these, right? Every company, I mean, I'm talking about a consumer app for an e-commerce, for example, right? They will have some set of policies that every customer support agent should be aware of. Okay. And for that reason, a customer support agent will need to have access to something called a policy doc, for example. It can be a policy doc, it can be anything else also. Okay. Now, in today's example, we will pick one of these channels and then we will understand how policy doc, actually, before I talk about policy doc, right, there is something important that I want to talk about, which is like explanation of something called RAG. All of you know that we are going to be talking about RAG. So let me start with that example first. Give me 1 minute. I'm just sorry. All right. I'm sharing my screen. What does RAG stand for example, first of all, right? Now, this part will be a little bit of theory initially, right? This is like a handbook explaining some of the concepts or some of the terminologies that actually come along with RAG. And after this, we will see all of these in action. Everything that I talk about here as a part of the theory, understanding some of um, the technical terms, we will see it in action when we build the workflow. Okay. So, and feel free to take notes wherever you want, right? So we will talk about a few terminologies and you will need to understand what those terminologies are. First of all, what is a RAG? RAG stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. Everyone probably already knows that. Now, when you're talking about a AI agent, for example, right? We have already seen that AI agent will have access to a memory, a brain, and tools. For example, if you have a smart AI agent that does not have access to some policy documents and you are asking it some questions, or rather, let me put it in a different way. Let's say you have a smart AI agent that is taking an exam, right? And in that case, that AI agent will will be able to give you answers only based on things that you have either memorized or things that you have specified as a part of the system instructions. Okay, that is without a RAG. But what if you are able to give it access to a book or a set of books? That can be a library of books. It can be like a open book exam, right? And that is exactly what an AI agent with a RAG does. Now imagine how powerful it can get. Whatever I just explained about RAG, the open book exam, is it making sense to everyone? Okay, I will explain it one more time. Without a RAG, an AI agent will be able to give you answers based on things that it has memorized, right? Or things that are specified in the system description. On the other hand, with a RAG, you're giving it access to a library of books, right? A book or a library of books. So every time it needs to fetch an answer, it can go to the book, read the answer, get the answer, give you the answer. That's what a RAG system behaves like. Okay. So it is giving you access to a knowledge base where it can rather get answers to any question and it gives you the answers. So when you're talking about in real life example for a customer support uh, workflow or an agent, it will have access to your policy docs that can be 100 page, 200 pages. Whenever it needs to fetch information about, let's say, a refund policy, it will go to that part of the document and then get the answer, give it back to the user. It does not have to remember everything at once. Is it making sense, everyone? Okay. Let us take an example. Let's say you are asking an AI, what were the sales figure for Q3 of 2023? Everyone, please pay attention on this part. Without a RAG, the AI might say, I don't have that specific information because it probably does not know or it does not have access to your Q3 financial reports at all. So with a RAG, AI will go to your company documents, it will find the Q3 report, and it will answer that Q3 sales were this much and it was 15% up compared to the previous quarter. Is this making sense? RAG is like giving your AI agent access to a set of so many documents. It does not have to remember everything, but whenever it needs to extract an information, it can pull that given part of that document and give you the answer. Okay. Now let us see how this thing works. And that is what a RAG system stands for, right? Retrieval Augmented Generation. Just 3 steps. You ask a question, system searches for relevant documents, which is the retrieval part. That is why the retrieval part in RAG, right? AI reads the documents and generates the answer. And that is why the generated part. So it is retrieval augmented generation, then that is what a RAG means. One question that I got is very interesting. RAG systems will not have access to latest information, which means if you ask questions saying what is today's weather or what is today's date, it may not have that information, right? So RAG is not a best suited example where you want to get live real-time data. Another very important term, and we will see it in action, as I said, there is a term called embeddings, right? Computer systems, all of us talk in textual languages, right? Where we 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 have a natural language of communication. In case of computers, they rather don't understand those texts. For computers, the language is numbers. Remember, I will repeat it. For computers, the language is numbers. Okay. And what happens is whenever, so when I say computers, rather agents, right? Not exactly computers. I mean agents. So agents look at numbers. So, and the numbers, so when you give it a policy document, when you actually start with a policy document that has a set of questions, right? Let me show you one example. Let's say this is a policy document for a company. This is all full of text. What happens is there is a process where this whole text is converted into a set of numbers. Okay. And that process of converting text into numbers is embeddings. Let us see some examples now. Similar to color codes, right? We all know red color code, will look something like this. It can also have RGB numbers, or there is something called a hex code, right? So you convert those words into a set of numbers and then capture their meaning. So that is what a color code does. In case of an embedding, how would it work? A cat as a text might become something like this, a set of numbers. A kitten, on the other hand, might become a set of another numbers. A car can be set of another number, but there's something very important. Cat and kitten have similar numbers, right? If you look at these two, the number patterns are slightly similar. They're very close to each other. And there is some bit of an intelligence hidden behind this where wherever there are similar looking words, it actually tries to put them together. And that is what embedding does. Wherever there are similar meanings, it will put those things together. So cat and kitten might go together. Dog and cat might also go together. Car will be kept separately. Okay. That is what an embeddings is. Another terminology, right, will be a vector store. Now, we just discussed about embeddings, which was a way for us to convert text into numbers that AI agents can understand. All those embeddings are stored into a database called vector store. That is a special set of database that stores all of these set of numbers. And that is what a vector store is. Okay. Now, imagine it like a library catalog system where you have a traditional library where books are organized alphabetically by the author. On the other hand, in a vector store, books are organized by how similar the content of each of the books are. For example, if you have a set of books that are related to space exploration, they will be put together. They will be put together. And that is how vector stores work. Okay. Now, how it helps AI agents. Let's say your question is, how do I train a puppy? It will try to find match saying dog training basics. It will try to find another match, and whatever match terms it has been able to identify, it will go to that part of the document or that part of the library that has that document, and it will try to get you an answer. Okay, so that is what a vector store is. Vector store is a special kind of database that stores embeddings. Embeddings are the set of numbers. Is it making sense so far? Okay. Now, let me take an example. Let me give you a better example also. I think some of you said yes. I think a couple of you said no to help you understand better. So let's say you have a policy document, right? This is a set of texts. What computer systems, I mean, what embeddings does is its duty is to convert this text into set of numbers. But before that, there's one very important thing that happens, which is the next term, which is called chunking. What happens next is it will break this policy document into a set of chunks. This will be chunk 1, this will be chunk 2, this will be chunk 3, this will be chunk 4, and so on. So all of these are going to be different chunks that the policy document will be broken into, right? So this is what chunks are. Okay. And I will come back to this. I will explain what chunking is. Whatever large document that you have, it will be broken down into multiple parts like this and into smaller manageable pieces. Similar to how you cannot eat a whole pizza in one bite, you would actually like to slice it into pieces. Similar to that, AI agents cannot really work with that large document at once. What it does is it creates different chunks. All the related documents are put together in a same or similar looking chunks. Whenever an AI agent needs to extract information, it will go to that specific chunk, get the information back, and use it for its purpose. That is what is the benefit of chunking. It breaks down the documents into multiple parts, right? Now, one example, right? let's say your document looks like this. This is what your document text looks like. What happens after chunking is first part will have until this. Second part will have this part. The second sentence will be in second part. Third sentence will be in third part. And that is what chunking does. Okay. And why do we chunk it? Because AI models cannot process the entire document as once. That's the reason it divides that into different chunks. Another term is chunk size. Whenever you are breaking down the document into multiple chunks, you need to identify how much of chunk size to break it into. Okay. You can either decide to break it into smaller chunks of maybe 100 to 200 characters, medium chunks that can be 500 to 1000 characters, larger chunks where it is about 2000 plus characters. Each of these chunking process has their own advantage or disadvantage. Okay. In case of smaller chunk, there is very precise matching, but it might lose context, right? For example, I actually will get into the example part little later. When you have medium chunks, there's a good balance, not too less, not too high. And when you have large chunks, it will have a lot of context because it is able to kind of process a lot of data at once, which is a part of the same chunk, but it is slower to process because the AI model needs to process so much of data at once to get the relevant answer. That is the disadvantage of having larger chunks. Now, when you are breaking things down, right? Let's say I take an example here. Suppose I'm breaking this document into chunks, right? So, for example, this is one chunk, this to this is another chunk, right? This to this is another chunk, this to this is another chunk, right? For example, I've broken it down into multiple chunks like this. It is important that there should be some kind of an overlap between these chunks also. Okay, which means, let me show an example so that it has context of what it is talking about. So typically when you watch TV shows, uh, they, I mean, when you go into the next episode, they kind of remind you what happened in the previous episode. That is how overlap is useful. It gives you context of what it is being spoken about right now. For example, your sentence is the office grew from 10 employees to 100 employees. This rapid growth required a new space. So chunk one will be the first sentence. The chunk two will be the second sentence. There will be an overlap that will have this extra thing also. So that will be a part of the first chunk also and the second chunk also. I want to take a pause here. Is it making sense? Did you guys understand what chunking was, what chunk size was, and what chunk overlap was? I will do a quick recap again. Yes, overlapping is provided to get the context flowing, right? So I will do a quick recap again. The process of breaking down your document into smaller sizes is called chunks. Okay. Whatever size you have identified for each chunk is a chunk size, chunking size, right? And between each of these chunks, there should be some kind of an overlap, which means the first chunk and the second chunk will have some common information. Second and the third will have some common information. Third and the fourth will have some common information or overlap that is called chunk overlap. Okay. And chunk overlap helps you maintain context between back-to-back chunks. Now, and typically one more thing to notice, typically 10 to 20% of overlap is usually considered good. You should not keep a lot of overlap. You should not keep a lot less overlap. Usually 10 to 20% is the sweet spot. Now, the next important thing is dimensions, right? Now, you all know that embedding is a way for you to convert text into numbers, a set of numbers. You can have dimensions for that set of embeddings, right? Every embeddings will have some dimensions. Typically, you can have fewer dimensions, like consider it like a 2D example, right? Whether it's a very simple question like a tall or short, happy or sad, that can be stored in a 2D dimension. When it has many dimension, it can store more detailed description. So height, weight, age, personality traits, and all of these, they actually go into many dimensions. That means it stores more detailed descriptions. Usually, from a functional perspective, large dimensions are usually better, but they're very accurate, but they work very slower. They're slower and it consumes more storage. That's the reason it is suggested to use medium model, right? So when you come across embedding models, we will come to that. You will see that there'll be small embedding model, there'll be a medium embedding model, and there'll be a large embedding model. And usually it is better to use medium models for most of the cases. And similar analogy to a video, right? 480p video, you get the idea but miss the details. 180p video, great quality for most uses. 4K video, amazing detail, but it consumes a lot of space on your device. Okay, there are a few more things that I want to talk about, but I want to show things in action right now before I get into all of these part. Do we need a break right now? I think some of you have asked for a break, so just thinking if we should take a break and then. Bharadwaj, I think we should take maybe a 5-minute break and then come back. All right, I will start a timer. Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll see you after. All right. Are we back, everyone? Okay, perfect. Now, before we get into the next part, right, I want to get a sense of how are you feeling so far? Are you getting bored, lost? Uh, is it too much of heavy theory? Are you enjoying it? Whatever it is, right? Just let me know on chat. Okay, some of you are saying you're finding it exciting, interesting. I can see you're enjoying it, loving it. Okay, some of you saying you're actually going very slow or boring also. Great. Okay, good and interesting. Great. All right. Okay. I think overall, I think that uh, you are finding it interesting, but right, for people who are finding it boring, saying that, okay, I'm finding it a lot of theoretical stuff. I promise you, when we start building the actual workflow, uh, we will not go fast, of course. Don't worry. When we start building the actual workflow, all of this will start making a lot of sense, right? Otherwise, if I skip all of this, I start building the workflow immediately, you will start having a lot of questions. And don't worry if you're not able to grasp everything right away. We will try to send all of this information to you, and then maybe you can go through all of these theoretical part. And when you build a workflow, you might actually have questions, and this can be a good understanding for you to kind of go back to the theory, understand why we did what we did. Okay, are we ready to go to the next part? There is some bit of a theory more, and then we'll start building the workflow. Okay. And even if you don't understand the theory, don't worry. When you build the workflow, you'll find it a lot more interesting, right? So please stick around. Thank you. All right. Now, the next term, right, which is text splitter. We all discussed that there is a process involved where we break down the document. We break down this one single document into smaller chunks of different chunk sizes. But there are different ways to split that document into multiple chunk sizes, right? And that process, I mean, those methodologies are called text splitters, right? For example, for a real world analogy, right? So when you actually talk about uh, cutting a cake, you actually cut a cake differently from how you cut a sandwich, right? So that's the reason different methods of splitting or cutting your chunks are actually even more relevant. The most common example, very simple example, right? There is a character text splitter, which means you are telling that I have a huge document. I want you to split that document with equal spaces of every 50 characters. So what it does is, if this is your document, this is your text in your document, it will directly break this into 50 characters, first 50 characters, which is this, that will be chunk one. And then the next 50 characters will go chunk two, right? Did you notice how it cuts in the middle of the line itself, right? So it did not even complete the sentence, and it still split it into multiple chunks. And it's not the best way to do it. On the other hand, there is something called recursive character text splitter, which is slightly more contextual, and it is the most popular splitter approach, where let's say you have, okay, I will not get into too many details, but I'll show you a practical example. There are some ways to kind of split based on recursive character splitter, but if you look at an example, it will make a little more sense. Let's say this is your document or your text. What it does is you're saying that I want you to implement recursive character text splitter and maximum of 100 characters. So what it does, it naturally tries to split that into multiple chunks. So based on the natural split, what it does is it will identify that, okay, this first line and the first sentence is fitting into 100 characters. So let me create the first chunk based on that. That's what it did. Next thing is the next sentence went into chunk two. Notice it did not break the flow of the sentence, and each chunk is complete in its own way and it makes sense. That's the reason recursive character text splitter is the most common way to split your text. Okay. There are other text splitters also. We will not go into those details. right? We will only go ahead and use recursive character text splitter because that has a lot of advantages over other, and 90% of the cases you will be only using recursive character text splitter, where the text is split into more contextual chunks. Right? There are other examples also, and then there are some examples of when you should use each kind of splitter. As I said, always start with recursive character text splitter. It works well for 90% of the use cases. If you have very specific or more advanced use cases, that's when you switch to other text splitters. Okay. Now, finally, a quick recap of the whole process. Okay. A quick recap. Even if you found the session so far boring, right? A quick recap to before we get into the build phase, right? We start building the workflow. There are two parts to any rack system, right? One part is preparing your knowledge base. You see here, I say phase one, which is called indexing, where you're preparing your knowledge base so that your AI agent can look up that knowledge base. It is like arranging your library. It is like arranging your library, that is called indexing. So the first step involves uploading documents where you provide your PDF, Word docs, or text files. The second part is about breaking down that document into chunks, right? And you might use uh, some kind of a recursive character text splitter, and you might split it into 500 characters size of chunks, and you might have a 50 character overlap. And that's how you break down the document into multiple chunks. Once that document is broken into multiple chunks, you then create embeddings out of each chunk. Every single chunk is converted into a set of numbers. When you convert that into numbers, you can specify that I want to use specific number of dimensions. And usually you should use some kind of a median dimension, something about between 750 to about 1000 dimensions, right? Those are most ideal for a majority of the use cases. Finally, once you've converted those chunks from text to numbers, which is embeddings, you can then store it into a vector store. All that information, all that embeddings is stored into a vector store, and your library is ready for the AI agent to refer. Okay. That is where the first step completed, where you have prepared your library of all the set of books, preparing your knowledge base. Can someone tell me what could be the next step? Retrieval, yes. Retrieval, yes, correct. All of you who've given answers on chat, they're right. The next part is whatever library that you have prepared, whatever knowledge base that you have arranged in your vector store, you will utilize that to get answers to your questions. Okay. You ask a question, your question gets converted into an embedding again, right? Same process as step 3. It searches for that information in your vector store, which is nothing but the library of all the books, right? And when you do that, you basically look for that exact chunk where the answer is present, and you only get answers from that chunk, right? That's exactly what it does, right? So usually you find the top matching chunk and pull from that storage. And eventually, the AI, the brain, will read those chunks and create natural language or responses to the question that the user asked. Okay. Now you get accurate answers based on your specific documents. But there is one more interesting thing, right? Out of phase 1 and phase 2, do you think phase 1 indexing part happens every single time someone asks a question? Okay, some of you are saying yes, some of you are saying no, but let me clarify. Indexing should only happen when you have any updates in your knowledge base. Whenever your policies are changing or anything like that, only then you should do the indexing. Every time someone is asking question, you don't have to do indexing every time. But the phase 2, which is retrieval augmented generation, answering question part, should happen every time someone is asking a question. That is the difference between both of these two phases. Okay. Again, quick summary again, right? Indexing involves one-time setup where you have a document, break it into chunk, create embedding, store that into a vector store. That's the entire process in just 4 steps. Next part is you are doing it for every question. You have a question, find similar chunks, retrieve the chunks, generate the answer, give the answer back. That's what the complete cycle looks like. Is it looking clear? Is it okay? Okay. Are we now ready to start building the workflow? And by the way, a lot of questions on do we have to create those chunks, uh, how to create those embeddings and all of those things. We will actually do it live on the workflow right now. Okay. So as usual, go to your N8N, click on create a workflow. Okay. We will call it our customer support agent RAG. Okay. Now we will build this workflow in two parts. The first part will be the indexing part where we will take our document and feed that into a vector store. Okay. Now we need to start with a trigger because I could use different triggers here, but because I think a lot of you are familiar with the chat trigger, I will use chat trigger itself. I will select chat trigger. And the reason I'm using chat trigger is because I want to upload my file. You see this file, I want to convert this file into an embeddings and I want to store that into a vector store database. That is my whole purpose of the first workflow. So I will take a chat trigger. I will click outside. I will click on open chat. There is no way to upload a file yet. Okay. To allow file upload, I'll have to double click here. Under option, I can click on add field and I'll say allow file uploads and enable this and click outside. This time I will see there is a way for me to upload the file. I will select this. I will go ahead and select the document. I have uploaded the file. This text does not make any difference. I'm just putting anything, right? I just sent my file, ignore the response. If you open this, you can see the file has actually entered N8N system. Okay. By the way, everyone, this is not a do it along session. Please don't try to do it along the session because if you try to do that, you might miss important stuff that I talked during the session. Uh, Kindly follow the instructions here and try to make notes of it. Now that we have the file and you can see the output of the chat node has a file here, we need to feed this file into a vector store, right? Now, you might ask, there was a process where we had to do the chunking, we had to do the chunk overlap, we have to convert that into embeddings, and then load that into a vector store. All of that processes we will do. And there are built-in nodes within N8N that will allow you to do that. Okay. Now, the next node that we have to do is when you search for vector, there are a lot of vector stores that N8N offers by default. You could use a simple vector store or you could use one of these vector stores. Okay. Now, I want you to get introduced to one of the most popular vector stores that everyone kind of loves, and it is very good for even real life production use cases. I might even, for the ease of use, I might even use simple vector store as well. But when you build real life applications for your own business or any real business, right? simple vector store will have limitations. That's the reason. Let me show you an example of an actual vector store that is a very good production grade vector store. Okay, there is a company called Pinecone that provides vector stores. We will use that. You click on vector store here. As soon as you do that, it will give you all of these actions. Okay, and the action that we need to choose is because we need to add documents to a vector store. So we will select add documents to vector store. Okay, and after you do this, you can connect your credential to Pinecone. You click on create new credential on Pinecone. How do you go into Pinecone? The website is called pinecone.io. You sign up for an account. When you sign up for an account, by default, you'll not see all of these. I'm actually not using some of these. So on the Pinecone account, you will see indexes. Indexes is like a vector store in itself, right? So you might want to create an index for yourself. So you click on create index, and let's call it Blue Tokai knowledge base. Over here, it is asking you some configurations, right? Where you want to host your vector store. These are some of the options that it gives you. But there is another thing. Remember, I told you about something called dimensions, right? You can choose from one of these dimensions. You can choose a larger dimension where it is storing more context. It gives you more accurate responses. Slower dimension that works very fast also. So you can either use this or you can use this. So I will go with 1024 for now. And then it is asking you what cloud provider you want to use. You can ignore all of these. Everything is managed automatically by Pinecone. You don't have to go ahead and connect your cloud provider accounts and all of that. And then you click on create index. Pinecone is available for free. It has a decent, generous free plan, so you can get started with that for free also. I'm using the free plan right now. Now that you have created index, we will come back to N8N. When we try to connect our Pinecone account, it is asking for the API key. How do you locate the API key? On the Pinecone account, you go into API key section on the left-hand side. You can click on plus API key, and I will generate an API key. Give it any name. You will get an API key. Click on the copy button. Come back to N8N, paste that API key. Okay, and then click on save. It will give you a message here that says the connection was tested successfully. You successfully connected your Pinecone account to N8N. Now, over here, it is asking you, you want to insert documents, but which index or which database do you want to insert the document into? We just now created the index, so we will select that index, which is this. Now, it is asking you what embedding batch size to use. 200 is typically good enough, right? So that means in a single batch, how many documents would you like to embed? Okay, other settings, I don't think we need to specify other settings for now. As soon as you have selected the Pinecone step, it has one way to select the embeddings model. So you click here. For the purpose of embeddings also, everyone please pay attention. For the purpose of embeddings also, there are some embeddings models that are provided by most of the AI providers, like OpenAI has an embedding model, right? Gemini has their embedding model. Uh, Anthropic also, I think, had an embedding model, but I don't see that. But yeah, we'll use OpenAI's embedding model that will take care of converting the text into numbers. So we'll use OpenAI's embedding model, select the OpenAI keys that we have selected, and it is giving an option of choosing which model you want to use, create the embeddings with, right? So you can use small or large or the medium model, which is this. I will choose large for now, but you have a way to specify the dimensions also. You select the dimensions. Now it is very important to remember that whatever dimensions you had selected for the index. We had selected dimension 102 for the index. For embeddings also, you have to select the exact same dimension. Okay, if you select a different dimension, it will not work. So you have connected it to an embedding model. Now there is a document section where you can tell where to pick the document from. So you can click here. There is something called default data loader. Select that. And over here, it is asking you, what is the type of your data? Okay, now the file that we had in the previous step, right? That came in as a binary. You see in the input on the left-hand side, the file came in as a binary. So the type of data that we will have to select here is a binary. To understand it in a better way, files are actually considered binary data format. Okay, so that's the reason you select binary here. And you can say load all input data, which is this, whatever is in the input data. If you had multiple files here, it would have chosen multiple files to create those embeddings. Then I told you about something called text splitter. Can someone tell me which text splitter we should be using here? Do you remember the text splitter part? Recursive, yes. Okay. So coming back to that part where the simple text splitter is what it chose by default, but you can use recursive. So for recursive, you should select custom. And I think, yeah, that's it. I will click outside and then it gives you another option to select which text splitter. So you click here and it is giving you recursive character text splitter. This is what we should use. Now it is asking what chunk size to use, what chunk overlap to use. 1,000 character chunk size is decent enough. If I'm using a 1,000 character chunk size, how much of chunk overlap should I typically use? Yes, between 200 to 200 is what I can use. So I will use 100 for now. Okay. Just a rule of thumb. Typically, it is better to use a chunk overlap of between 10 to 20% of the actual chunk size. And that's the reason we are using 100 here. Let me zoom out a little bit. Let me show you what the workflow looks like. And our workflow is now ready. If we have to now run the workflow, before running it, I am into this vector database. Everyone, please pay attention. We're going to see a live workflow working right now. We have an index where there is no data yet. We don't have chunks or anything like that. And we have created the workflow that will pick a file from the chat node, load it into the vector store, and it will take care of splitting that into chunks of maybe 1,000 chunk size with a 100 character overlap. And it will use this embedding model that with a dimension of 1024. Okay. So to run this workflow, I click on open chat. I will have to upload this file. You can give it any message, it just ignores it. As soon as you did this, it is now loading that document it loaded the document into the vector store. And you can see that it rather created 15 chunks. If you open your vector database and you refresh this, you will see that it extracted, it created chunks for all of those and stored that into vector database. Okay, so all of this you see here, it has information from that document itself. It automatically created chunks, and this is what you see as the text. Internally, of course, it is treated as numbers itself, but in the UI, they are just showing you what the text is. Okay, I'm just saving this workflow. Coming back to our slide, right? What we were trying to do. The first phase where we wanted to create the index and prepare our knowledge base, that is already done now. Okay. And you see, although we discussed a lot of complex stuff of chunking and all of that was handled, I think, seamlessly from N8N. We did not have to do a lot of manual stuff. We just had to select a few parameters here and there. Okay. Now, we will get into the second part of how we utilize this knowledge base or the vector database that we have here to get answers to questions. That is what we're going to do next. I want to take a pause here, try to understand how are you feeling so far. Okay, some of you said we should rewind a bit. Okay, for others, are you feeling okay? Now getting it. Okay, motivated, recap. Okay, okay, revise. Okay, okay. I think I'm getting some feedback. Some people are asking me to finish fast, but some of you want me to do a recap. But I think I will do a quick recap. So this workflow, right? It starts with a chat node. Why we are using a chat node? To load the document which is on my computer machine into N8N. So that is why we use the chat node. Next, we are using a pinecone step that inserts document inside a pinecone index. Pinecone index is nothing but a vector, a vector stored database. So we went into Pinecone, created an index right here. Okay, and we loaded that into this Pinecone index. When we selected the insert documents node, it asked us, or it gave us an option to choose which embeddings model to use. We used OpenAI. You can use any other embeddings model also. And then after that, it asked you how do you want to load your data? When you try to load your data, you have an option of choosing either JSON or binary. Just to remind you, files are treated as binary, right? So if you go to this mapping step, you will see in the input step, you have all of these tabs. Binary has the file that we have. That's the reason we chose binary here. And we told, I want you to load all the input data. Suppose I did not want to load all the input data, I could have chosen specific data also. Data format, you can ignore all that because it already identifies that it is a PDF document, so it automatically extracts that. Then you can identify what text splitting mechanism you want to use. You could have used simple text splitting, but simple has a lot of disadvantages. It does not give you accurate answers. That's the reason we use custom. After using custom, you get an option to choose which text splitter to use. So over here, when you try to select the text splitter, it gave you these three options. Okay, and you can use recursive character text splitter. The reason we are using this is because it stores or it splits the data into more relevant chunks. And over here, you can select the chunk size and the chunk overlap. Chunk size of 1000 is okay. You can even choose like 500 or 2000 also. But chunk overlap, it is useful that you choose between 100 to 200, 10 to 20% of your overall chunk size. So I will choose 100 here. And after all of this is done, we simply clicked on open chat, uploaded our document, and it loaded all of that information into our vector store. We saw that live here. Okay. Now, the second part, right, where we try to get answers to the questions. In the second part, we could actually build a chatbot that serves on an email, a WhatsApp, website, or phone, right? So we will start with email as a channel for customer support. So we will come to our workflow and we will use email as a trigger here. I will click on add node. Sorry, I should add a trigger. So I don't know why it's not giving me the option to choose a trigger. But okay, I think I'm not in the edit mode. Okay. Okay, maybe there is some issue here. What I will do is, this is the indexing workflow. I will create another workflow for the second use case. I'll create a fresh workflow for the second part, which is the answering questions part. So I again click on create workflow. I will call it customer support agent answering questions. Now, the first step here needs to be an email, right? So assuming you are using an email client, which in this case can be Gmail, I can use message received as a node here. Again, similar to how you have created connections or authentication with any other platforms, you can connect with your Gmail account here. Okay. And over here, you can specify how frequently do you want to check for messages. And the trigger would be anytime you get a message on your Gmail, and you can turn on simplify, you can turn off simplify, right? I think it's better to turn off simplify. The reason being, let me show you an example. There is no data right now on my inbox. Let me send myself an email. I will send myself an email here. Okay, so I'm just sending a message right here saying I canceled my order yesterday. When will I get a refund? And I'm going to send this to the email address, the support email address. Now let me fetch a test event. One minute, I think. Okay, finally, I think I had it. Yes, I think the information that we wanted is already here now. If I turn on simplify, the output looks like this, which is easier to work with, but the limitation it gives you a snippet only. Sometimes if your email body is very huge, it may not work very well. So for that reason, let us choose turn off simplify and fetch the test event. This time it is a little more detailed, but we have a lot more information to work with. This is the text that we will work with next. The first step is to identify whether the question that I have is regarding customer support or not, right? So we will use something called text classifier. What it does is, and let me show you what it allows us to do. You can give it a system, sorry, 1 minute. You can define a category. You can define a category like this, customer support, and you can give it a message like this. I will switch to expression to make it a little bigger, make it bigger by clicking here and put it here. So I'm saying we are a coffee brand, Blue Tokai. We sell a wide range of coffee products. Your job is to handle all incoming emails. And if you're getting any of these questions, you should classify that into a customer support category. And what text to classify? You give it the subject of the email. On the left-hand side, you can search for subject. You drag it here, put it here. The subject is here, and body, you search here. You will need to search for the text body. You put that here. Okay, so that is how you identify whether an email is for customer support or not. And I'm adding one more category here called other. Now, let me recap of what I did here, right? There is a node on uh, N8N that allows you to classify the given text, and it uses AI to identify whether a given question is from customer support category or not from a customer support category. So how does it do that? You give it the input, the subject of the email and the body of the email, and you give it some kind of a prompt. You tell it that we are a coffee brand, and if you're getting any of these questions, like if you're getting product service troubleshooting questions, shipping or delivery issues, billing or payment inquiries, technical support requests, or anything like that, that needs to go into customer support category, and any other thing should go into the other category. As soon as you do that, you see here two nodes got created here. Okay, let me show you a demo. You'll have to connect it to a brain also. The text classified requires a brain because it is AI powered processing. So you connect it to OpenAI chat model. I will choose my OpenAI account. You can choose the model and let us see it in action now. You can click here. Let me execute this step. One minute. Wait, I think there is some issue here. One minute, I'm selecting a different. One minute, okay. I'm going to use a different approach here. Instead of using a text classifier, I will use an OpenAI node here, and I will use messenger model. In that, I will select the model 4.1 mini, and I will give it a prompt. Sorry, 1 minute, I have a power cut. I'm sharing my screen again. Sorry. Okay. So what I was showing you here is over here. Sorry, give me a minute. I'll have to connect my different screen again. Okay, someone asked me why did I change my mind of not being using the text classifier, because text classifier was giving me some error. So I'm using a different approach to classify the text. So this time I will send this email to a Gmail trigger, and I'll say, help me classify if this email is for customer support or not. And then subject goes here. I will switch to expression. I'll make it bigger. I will select the subject right from here. And the email text will go here. So I am giving a very simple prompt to the AI or to ChatGPT, I'd say, saying, help me classify if this email is for customer support or not. And if it is customer support, reply with this text. Otherwise, reply with not customer support. That's it. And then let me execute this step. Let's see what it does. It said it is a customer support related message. Next thing that I will do is I will put something called a switch node. Over here, I will check if the text here is customer support or not. If it is customer support, I will call it a customer support email. Otherwise, it will not even go to the next step. I will execute this step. Now comes the part where I will need to connect this to an AI agent. I want to take a pause here, try to understand. Did it make sense what I did so far? Okay, yeah, I think switch part was a little fast. I will do a quick recap here. The first step of this workflow starts with a new email. Everyone, please pay attention, okay? I think I do agree I went a little fast on these two steps, right? You start with a new email, you send that email information to an OpenAI node, which is nothing but ChatGPT in simple words, right? And you are giving it a prompt saying, I want you to classify the given email to help me identify whether it's a customer support email or it's not a customer support email. Okay. So I gave it this simple prompt and I wanted to only reply with either customer support or not customer support. And I gave it the email subject and the text. And for that, I did mapping from the previous step right here. Next thing that I did is after executing this step, I got an output. In this case, it was a customer support for this given message. So I put a switch step. You can either put a switch also, or you can put something called filter also. And you put filter, you can say, I want it to proceed to the next step only if it's a customer support email. Why are we doing that? Because we want to only let the AI agent process customer support related messages. If the mailbox is getting any marketing communication from any random brand, we don't want to process those emails or send those to the AI agent. Is it making sense now? So these two steps are meant for you to identify only customer support requests, and those should go to the next step. All other steps, all other emails will not even pass this step. That is the reason we are using the filter node here. Now, can someone tell me what should be our next node? It will be the AI agent. Okay. Now, last time when we built the AI agent, we did not have to give it a prompt. It automatically took the prompt from the user message. But this time we will have to define the prompt below, and whatever is the email subject and the body that needs to go as a part of the prompt. So I will select the subject here. I will switch to expression. On the left hand side, I will select subject, search for subject. I will go down. There is a subject for the email. I will drag it here. Similarly, I want to give it the body of the email. That is what it needs to process. So body on the left hand side was coming in the field called text. So you see the text field that has I cancelled my order yesterday, when will I get a refund? That needs to be mapped in the message here, because it needs to process this given email for us. When we are creating AI agents, we should also give it something called the system prompt. So we will give it a system message here. Okay. For system message, let me not put the system message for now. Okay. I will just delete it for now. I will connect it to other tools and everything, and then later we'll get into system message part. Now, an AI agent as I think all of you know, we will need to connect it to a brain, a chat model. So I will select the chat model, in this case, OpenAI. That's what we did previously also. We will need to connect it to a memory. We'll select simple memory here. Now it is asking for the session ID. Now, question to everyone. What session ID should we use here? Session ID, remember, it is the unique identifier to help the AI agent to remember the context of the conversation. I think some of you said mail ID, email address, the chat ID, email received. Now, if we use email address, if the same person has sent two different emails, it will actually mix up those emails. Will it make sense from the Gmail trigger step if we choose something called maybe the thread ID? I think we can use thread ID. I'm thinking of other ways, anything else that we could use, but I think thread ID will be most relevant. So, because if an email is coming as a part of, I mean, someone's replying to the same email thread, the thread ID will remain same. So it will remember all the messages of that given thread. Is it making sense? Do you agree that we should use a thread ID or not clear of why we're using a thread ID? Okay. So session ID, I will say define below, and I will choose the thread ID here. And let's say I want to it to remember last 5 conversation. Okay, I can even select 10 also, that's okay. In this case, email ID and the thread ID may be the same, but I think if someone's replying to that message, the thread ID will remain the same, but the message ID could change. That's the reason we're using thread ID. Now, we need to now give the AI agent access to tool. Because we are building a RAG system where we wanted to fetch from a knowledge base, we need to give it access to a tool which will be a vector store. Does everyone agree? So that whenever it needs to look up answers to a given question, it can look up the vector store. Okay, so I click on plus on tools. I will search for, there's a tool called vector store question answer tool. And the description that says answer questions with a vector store. Our vector store is already ready. This tool will allow us to get answers from the vector store, right? So we will give it a name. Okay, give it a name. And click outside. Now, when you select a vector store, it is asking you which vector store do you want us to access. We were using Pinecone, so we will use Pinecone again here. And this time the operation will be retrieve documents, same Pinecone account that we were using. And then we need to select which vector store were we using before. We used this one. So we will select the same thing. I think other things are all okay. So we selected the vector store. We need to now connect it to an embedding model, which will be OpenAI. We'll select the OpenAI account. Model, I think we can use a large model with maybe a dimension of 1024. These are all optional, right? I mean, you can choose any of these models. It does not make a difference. And finally, you choose the chat model, which is the brain. The vector store tool also needs a brain so that it gives accurate or relevant answers. Again, select the OpenAI account and the OpenAI model. I went a little fast here, but I simply selected the most default options right here. Was it clear or were you guys lost here? Okay, I think most of you are saying you are clear. But for people who did not understand, all that we did is we selected a vector store tool, and that vector store tool allowed us to select two things. It allowed us to choose which database to use. For that, we chose the Pinecone database, which is what we did. And then we connected it to an embeddings model, which was OpenAI. And it also needs access to a chat model, for which we used OpenAI again. Okay. Now, let us give it a prompt. Now, our AI agent has access to a brain, a memory, a tool that is able to access the library of documents, or there is one more tool that I think we can give it access to, because the customer support agent needs to reply to emails, right? What other tool should we give it access to? Email, yes. I think some of you have answered it correctly. We should give it access to the Gmail tool. Okay, let us create our own credential again. And we are using send email tool. What two email address should we use here? Whom do we send the email to? Gmail ID of the sender, yes. Right? On the Gmail trigger step on the left-hand side, you can expand this. Just scroll down, look for the email ID of the person who sent the message. In this case, it is here, right? From has this email address. So I will select that. And 1 minute, I'm just checking if there is a way for us to send a reply. I think there's no way. Okay, I think reply is an option. So we'll select reply because we want to reply to the email rather than creating a new email. So when you're replying to the email, it is asking which email message ID should I reply to? So I should reply to this message ID. Okay. Do you understand why I chose reply instead of create or send? Because we wanted to reply to that existing thread rather than creating a new email thread. Okay. What email type to use? You can use email, HTML, or you can use text. Both are okay. But what message to put here? What message to reply with? Do we know what message to reply with? Maybe not. But who will know it? The AI agent. For that reason, there is a button here that says, let the model define the parameter, which means I will not tell you what to reply, but let the AI model, I'm giving control to the AI model to decide what message to reply with. Okay, so I will select this saying, let the model define this parameter, which means at the time when the AI agent runs, it has access to our tool. It knows whom to reply, which is this message to reply to. What to reply, that the model will decide. We're giving it control to the AI agent. Okay, we can give it some instruction saying uh, send reply to the customer, to the user, uh, must be well formatted HTML. This is optional, right? If it was not HTML, you could have given text also. This is optional. You can give it any instruction so that AI is able to identify what instructions to follow when putting the message node here. And then under option, append N8N attribution. Let me not do all of this for now. You have given it access to a tool also. Finally, there is one more last step that is remaining, which is giving a system prompt. I go to system message and I can put in a system prompt here. I will switch to expression node here. I will make this little bigger and I'm pasting a system prompt that I've already stored. In this, I'm saying you're a professional customer support agent for Blue Tokai Coffee, and You need to understand the customer queries and then search for relevant policies and use this tool to get answers for the policies, get the response, send the reply, and then summarize what all you did, right? And giving it some kind of an instruction of how you should go ahead and reply. Never invent policies, always make use of the document or the knowledge base that we have given and all of those things. Okay, so it is a system prompt that we have given. It is all in the prompting technique of how you want the AI agent to behave. And finally, you can go ahead and run this AI agent and we will see it in action. It is using the brain. It is also going to our knowledge base, going to our vector store, getting answers. And finally, I think it got the answer and it is sending a reply to the user also. And let me check my mailbox to see if I got a reply. Let me present my screen right here. So this is the reply that I got. Okay. And the AI agent took care of automatically sending me a reply on the same email thread. And this information was fetched from the given customer support document itself. So I think it is talking about refund. So yeah, there it is. The refund process actually requires 5 to 7 business days, and that's exactly what it gave us. Overall, you can expect the refund to be processed within 10 to 14 days, which I think it is already mentioned here also. Right? So with that, we were able to identify that whenever the AI agent wanted, it was able to access the document that we loaded, and it gave it very accurate responses to the email that we wanted it to process. Is it making sense? Okay. Okay, someone said, can you test it out for a non-customer support email? Yes, of course, we can do that. Let us try it out. I will send another email which is not related to customer support. Right. So I just sent a random cold outreach email. This time the workflow is not turned on. So, but let us go ahead and publish the workflow. Because the workflow is now published, I can go into executions and I can see what all emails are getting processed. Yeah, I think this email got processed, the one that we had. You can go into the workflow execution and you see this is the same email that we tried to process. The question was, do you need a website for your business? The AI step said it was not customer support, and that's the reason the filter step stopped right there. It may not even go to our customer support AI agent. Okay. Now, with that being said, there is one more step that I think might be useful as well. Uh, okay, let me go to that execution again, right? So that same execution, you see, oh, sorry, I have a power cut again. Sorry, my screen keeps getting disconnected. Okay. Now, finally, there's one more thing that we want to do, right? The AI agent has given a summary also of what it did, right? It said, I got an email from this customer. It was a refund request, and I used this tool to do this, and this is what I replied with. It is very useful if this information is sent to the admin. Sorry, my bad. I thought I was sharing my screen. Okay, right. So the AI agent gave you an output also. It told you what all it did, right? So, like this was what is going on. I'm so sorry. Okay. So this is what it gave us of what it did. It will be extremely useful if all of this information is sent to someone from your team. And what we can do is we can send this information to either via an email to your team, your internal team members, or you can send it via a team communication tool such as Slack or Microsoft Teams. How many of you guys are aware of Slack or Microsoft Teams? Okay, great. I think most of you are aware. Great. We will use Slack in this case. So you can use Slack and you can send this message to a channel on Slack. I will search for what node to use. Message a channel. Send a message. We'll use send a message and we will send this message on my Slack account and I will send it to a channel and I will send it to this channel and whatever output I got from the AI agent, I will send it to this channel and that is it. I will execute the steps to see if it is working fine. I think it successfully sent the message. I will show you what the message looks like. On my Slack, right? So on my Slack, if you see, this is what the message looked like. This is what it did, and this is the kind of response that it sent. Okay, for people who are not aware of Slack, it is like a internal team communication tool. Now, let us try it out with other examples, right? For example, let's say if you want to run this same workflow to test out the memory as well. I will publish this workflow. Let us test out the memory of this part as well. On this, let me go ahead and ask, is my order eligible for a refund? Right? And then I will send this message back and I will wait for a response. If I go to N8N workflows, I think it processed this right now, just now. No, this is the other email. Yeah, now it is processing that email. Yeah, I think it went ahead and sent an email reply as well, and we might be able to see what reply it sent. Let me see if I got a reply on my mailbox. So this time I got a reply as well, and this is what the email reply looks like. Right, so it said to confirm your eligibility for refund. The policy states that the refund request must be made within 14 days of the delivery, and the products must be unopened, and all of these. Everything was from this document itself. So that's how it is actually remembering the conversation thread also, and it is sending you a reply as well. Now with that, I want to get a sense of how do you feel now? Do you think RAG systems are useful? They are good enough for something that you could use for yourself? Yes, I think most of you are saying it is very useful. One of you said there were a lot of technical stuff. I fully agree, and that is the reason I think there were a lot of technical stuff that we try to break it down. We try to give real world analogies, but that is the internal part of how it works. You really don't have to know all of these technical stuff, but it is useful to know some of these stuff to understand how systems are working. And of course, you will need to practice a lot as well to kind of build all of these workflows or AI agents successfully. All right. Okay. I think one of you said I should explain the Slack step again. I will share my screen and explain the Slack step one more time. What we did as a part of the Slack step is you go to the editor mode. We selected a Slack node, selected Slack, and then we select send a message is the action that we use. You can create your credentials with Slack or any your own account, and then you can decide who do you want to send the message to, whether to a channel or a user. You can select the channel. If you don't have a channel already, you can create a channel. Otherwise, you can select one of these channels, and then you can decide what message do you want to send, whether it's a simple text message. Whatever is the output of the previous AI agent, you send that in the Slack step. Over here, there is a way for you to also exclude N8N workflow link as well. That's something you can do. Purpose of Slack is to inform the team members that the AI agent handled the email for you. The entire process works autonomously. And after the AI agent has replied to the email, it just sends you a notification saying that I have replied to this given message. I can see a lot of questions right now. I'm not able to follow all the questions on chat. Bharadwaj, are you there? Should we do a Slido?
Yes, Jitesh, we can do a Slido.
Yeah,
That would be easier.
yeah,
You have a
sure.
slide? Do you want to share?
I don't have a Slido. I can quickly set it up.
Okay.
Shall we
But
take a 5 minute break and then come back
oh
with the
yeah,
Slido?
we can do that. We can do that. But people, let me know, how was this automation? Let me know in the chat. Did that blow your mind? Because tomorrow we'll talk about something very advanced agent and also a greatest program that Outskill has ever made. right? So we'll talk about that. And in fact, tomorrow in the second half, we will build this in breakout rooms, right? So you'll be building this in breakout rooms while talking to each other. So that's something that we are going to do. Lovely, lovely. Loving all of these responses. No, you will not be getting the recording. Jitesh, we can take a 5 minute break. People, so we'll take a quick 4 minute break, let's say. 4 minute break, and then we are back to questions. We'll end the questions in like 20-25 minutes. Is that fine? Okay. Let me share the timer.
How do you do that? Let me fetch a test event. Right now, I don't think there is a test event because there's no new email. Let me send one email to myself again. How to get my refund? Okay, and I will send a email to myself. I've sent an email. The moment I send an email, I click on fetch this data. By the way, I should not publish it. I should unpublish it. Otherwise, it'll process it right away. Okay, I click on fetch test event. Nothing has come in. It is trying to scan on my mailbox. I think it got a email now, right? So that email has come in. But I may want to use the same email trigger or the content of the same email trigger every time I'm building the workflow. And for that reason, there is something called pin data, which means the output of the trigger step will get pinned and you can use it in the subsequent steps of the workflow. And you can not only pin output of the trigger step at every point in time for output any step. Let's say your workflow is working fine until this point. You only want to test this part. You can actually go ahead and come here, pin data till here, and then the workflow will actually use pin data from here and run the subsequent step. The previous nodes will not get run every time. I hope that explains the use of pin data. It is a way for you to store or save your output data so that you can use in the further steps. As per N8N's fair usage of the platform, is it okay to host the workloads on your self-hosting or client has to host on their own? Yes, very good question. Uh, Now, if you're building workflow, my assumption is your question is related to building client workflows. If you're building client workflows, it is better to actually host it on the client's own end, where client themselves pay for the self-hosting, if at all. But it is not allowed as per N8N's policies for you to charge for the self-hosted N8N instance. Suppose you self-host at your end, you cannot bill the client for that self-hosting charges. N8N does not allow that. In a way, you are violating their N8N's the self-hosting rules or the some of their policies that they have. How to address clients' data privacy concern if you have built the workflow on own self-hosted N8N? Yes, good question. I think you can, of course, apart from the regular privacy NDAs or things that you have handled, it is also important that you kind of ensure that any tool that you are using for the client, you separate those and put like separate those and keep it distinct from other clients also, so that at any point in time you should not mix up instances for both multiple clients. But it is also important that it is actually rather better to have separate instances for different clients also to address this as well. In what circumstances or usages one needs to pay for Pinecone vector store? Very good question. And I think for that, let me go into Pinecone uh, system itself. On the bottom left, you will see there is a usage limit that they allow, right? They allow a storage of up to 2 GB. The moment you exceed 2 GB of storage across all your indexes, you will have to pay for the plan. There's something called read units and write units also. If you're reading or writing on your Pinecone database too many times, right, then you will have to upgrade to a higher plan. Are embedding model free or we need to pay as per usage? Embedding models are also not free. You will have to pay as per usage. If you go to any of the platform like OpenAI, Gemini, or all of these, go to their pricing page. They will have a separate fee for embeddings also. They will have fee for chat models. They will have a fee for embedding models also. You can get to know about that as well. And that is also charged based on tokens, similar to how chat models are charged. Can you explain where you configure email ID for the agent, which email to use to receive the email? Yes. When we created the Gmail trigger, it allowed us to connect our credential, right? You can go ahead and create your credential here. Because I'm using a self-hosted instance, the process of connecting Gmail is slightly extra steps where you have to get the client ID and the client secret. But if you're using a cloud-hosted version, you'll see a direct login with Gmail button, and you can directly sign in with it, and you will be able to connect your credentials like that. Can we have the JSON to download from the last example? I will share this with Bharadwaj. I think I'm not sure if he will be able to share, but if it was communicated before, I will share it with Bharadwaj.
Oh yes, we'll definitely share it with them.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
In
Okay,
fact, what you can do is, Jitesh, drop the JSON file here in the chat itself.
I will do that. Yeah, I'll do
Yes.
that right away.
Yeah.
I think I have the JSON file. It does not have any of my personal credentials, so I will download it. And the other one, which is for the indexing part. So there are these two workflows. I will download both the JSONs and I will put it on chat. Please bear with me 1 minute. The first one is gone. Yeah, I have shared both the JSONs on chat. Does the input document structure help embedding and retrieval? Can you share a copy of the customer support rules document to see the structure? It does not help you don't really have to follow a fixed format uh, uh, for the document. You can use any format. And let me also send the sample document that you can use as well. I've sent the sample document. I hope that's useful. What is a vector store and why it is used? Yes. Uh, okay, to put things in context, uh, we as humans, we understand text. AI agents understand numbers. Uh, Embeddings, there's a process called embeddings that converts text into numbers. And those embeddings are stored in a database, special database called vector store. And that is what vector stores are used. And this is the database that AI agents can refer to whenever they want to read any document or read any information. Can you export the workflow? And I think I've just shared it. So how can I build AI agent who talk on call? Very good question. Voice AI agents can be built as well. There are specialized platforms that allow you to build voice AI agents. There are a few that you can explore. Things like VAPI and 11 Labs, they are the most popular ones. You can explore those voice AI agents tool that allow you to talk on call. Is it possible to access the simple vector store that was embedded in one workflow from another workflow? That was embedded in one workflow from. Yes, it is possible. Yes. If you have created an embedding in one vector store, you access from the other workflow, and that's exactly what we did. We use this workflow to load that same index or the vector store. We use the second workflow to access information from that. How to get N8N.my domain? You can self-host it on any of the popular VPS providers. VPS stands for Virtual Private Server. Things like Hostinger or GoDaddy, sorry, not GoDaddy, DigitalOcean, AWS, they provide you a way to host N8N. And when you do that, they allow you to connect your domain also. Oh, I'm so sorry. I think someone just pointed out that I think I did not send the document to everyone on chat. Thank you for pointing that out. Let me upload the documents one more time. Okay, both the documents, the JSONs are sent, And I'm now sending the customer support guideline document as well. Okay, that's sorted now. Can I get Gemini or AI model for free? As far as I know, Gemini also charges you for the tokens, right? You can go to Google AI Studio and generate the token as well. I'm not sure if that is available for free. What if we use Sheets for gathering replies instead of Slack? Yes, great idea. You can do that also. In that case, you can use an action here, Google Sheet, and then use append or update a row, append a row in Sheet. You can use append a row in Sheet and keep adding to the Google Sheet itself. Can you send the document of the vector stores and the rags? Yes, I think I can do that. I have sent it on this thing. It is a link, so you can access it through the link. Can we get complete instructions and stages to replicate it ourselves? I'm not sure if we will be able to provide you that, but you can go through the workflow that we have sent. I think that might be a good enough starting point for you. Do AI agents also work on social media for store like Facebook, Instagram, X? I- As long as these platforms support uh, an ability to integrate through APIs or webhooks or through any way with N8N or all of these, it is possible. I know for a fact that Facebook has Messenger APIs, Instagram has Instagram APIs. X, as far as I know, they don't have messaging APIs as such, right? They do have APIs that allow you to post, but wherever APIs or integration support is available, you can do that. How to address client concern like access to their email and model can read their emails? Uh, I think not very clear answer to that, but then the model can read emails, but then the thing is everything stays within the system message, right? So in the system message, you can specify exactly when to use a given tool or when to read that email. That's how it works. I don't have money to buy subscription. Can I practice using free accounts? I understand it's free for 15 days. What after that? Okay. Uh, so the N8N version, you can get a 14-day free trial. Beyond that, you can host it on your local computer machine also. There is a way to do that. Of course, the process is slightly more time taking, uh, but you can go ahead and set it up on your local machine itself and use it for free as well. How to deploy client's agent? Can we get a tutorial for that? Uh, I mean, whatever we did, that was more or less things that you could have deployed for a client as well, right? This is actually a full-blown agent that you can deploy for a client as well. But then, of course, you may have to make some customization, like connect their client's own this thing, mailbox, add their own policy documents, add their own system instruction, those kind of stuff. How do we download the automation and run it in OS systems? The automation that I shared or we just set up today, you can run it on your own N8N system by importing the workflow. The way to import the workflow is you click on create workflow, click on these three dots, click on import from file, and select the file that I've sent. As soon as you select that, the entire workflow gets imported. Can we have a human to verify the output before it's sent to the client? Very good question. It is possible to do that. What you can do is instead of adding this as a tool here, you can add a human in loop. Actually, human in loop will come here. Let's say you want the human to handle via Gmail, you can select that and you can send an email to yourself. Say approval needed, whatever, you can send them an approval. So what happens is this human in loop message, right? The workflow will run until this point. After this, it will send an email to the human saying, this is the response that I've prepared. Do you approve? The moment someone clicks on the approve button, that is when it goes to the next step. Otherwise, it stops right there, right? And this is how human in loop works. But in that case, don't give the control to send the email using the AI agent. Or the other option is also, instead of sending the reply, you can create a draft also. Create a draft reply so that the actual email is not sent. You can go to your drafts look at the reply and then click on the send button yourself. These are the two options. One thing is simple vector store has name identity to reference from a different flow. We did it with Pinecone. Yes, even with simple vector store, you can reference that across multiple workflows. It is possible. Isn't there a privacy issue with OpenAI accessing even every email? How can this be resolved? So the thing is, I mean, these uh, models, right? They don't really. The AI agent has full control of when to use this thing. AI agent does not pass information from here to the model. It only uses it as a transactional brain. So you don't have to be worried about your emails going into the OpenAI's training system. That does not happen here. Superbase, I mean, we could have used Superbase as a vector store also. That's also a very good one, but Pinecone is the most popular in my opinion. That's the reason we use that. Yes, thank you. Do we need to create a separate workflow for Pinecone? Can we not do it in the same? Yes, good question. And that's what I have been doing also. But for some reason, I was not able to create a separate trigger in the same workflow. But you could have done this. You could have done something like this also. In the same workflow, the above part was taking care of loading the database, loading the knowledge base. The second part was taking care of replying to client queries. You could do that also. Okay, we answered this already. Can we use Outlook? Yes, of course, you can use Outlook as well. Right, so there is a node. I don't know why it is not letting me add a separate trigger in the same workflow. Normally, it does let us do that. So there is a way for you to add Outlook as a trigger as well. So you can use Microsoft Outlook as a trigger and use on message received, and the process more or less remains similar with Outlook as well. I think it's too late for us to do a quick recap from the beginning. Uh, yeah, it's actually an extensive workflow. So I will have to skip this, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Can we use the same models for all the channels? Yes, you can use the same models, but the moment you realize that the AI is not giving very accurate or very good answers, that is when it is time for you to understand that you need to upgrade to a better model, right? So mini models are usually very cheap in terms of the token usage. There's another nano model that are the cheapest, right? But they may not give you very accurate responses. You can use maybe a GPT-5 model. That's the most smartest model, I think, right? 5.1 or 5.2. These are like really smart models, but they're very expensive also in terms of token usage. So if you're thinking or your AI agent demands like extensive thinking or very smart brain, then you can use one of these expensive models. I think we've answered this. Facing issues of credential with linking to Gmail, it's saying try again later. Okay, I don't really know why that would happen, but uh, can you go ahead and do a hard refresh on your screen and then try to do it again? Hopefully that should be resolved. Can I use Open Router API generated for any model? Yes, of course, you can use Open Router API also instead of OpenAI chat model. Is there a privacy issue with OpenAI? No, there is not. We've answered this already. I think we've answered this. I think, oh, I don't know why the same questions keeps coming up. I have a request, please don't spam the Slido. And I'm so sorry. If we have a human intervention, is Slack still needed? Maybe not. You can skip that. How would we make sure that chunking is logical? A recursive character text splitter usually takes care of it. Even if you're not confident, I think maybe reduce the chunks, actually increase the chunk size to make sure you're getting more accurate or better responses. That's something that you could try. But in most cases, recursive character text splitter is smart enough. It can do logical chunking for you. Even in multimodal PDF videos, okay, great question. Yes. Uh, okay, the PDF that we saw so far that only had text, what if it had images and videos? To be honest, with images and videos, the workflow that we built today may not work very well. In that case, there's something called Pinecone Assistant that could be explored. I may not be able to show you a complete demo right now, but you can create an assistant, and when you load documents, it has a support for like 1 minute. It has a support for multimodal as well, where you can allow it to read images out of the document as well. Can we use same models for all the channels? Yes, you can. If you want to generate same reports for some reports, how many customer query, you can do that. What you can do is you can store every reply into some kind of a database as simple as a Google Sheet, and then from there onwards you can generate reports. How to agent use name KS query while replying? That is defined in the system prompt. So if you go to the system prompt, this part, and the workflow that I sent will already have the system prompt also. You see, I gave it in the system prompt saying that use this kind of a signature. How much can I price for an AI agent for call for real estate? Very difficult to estimate that. You will need to exactly know what exactly would you like the AI agent to do, right? If it is about voice calling agent typically have a certain number of cost per minute also. It also depends on what intelligent or what powerful models you are using. The cost varies based on that as well. Just to give you a number, maybe if you're using a voice agent, typical cost is roughly about maybe 20 cents per minute, about 15 rupees in the Indian currency. Can you please let me know what parameters to change during chunking in multi-model PDF to get the best answer? Oh, I think chunk size and overlapping would actually be very useful to play around with. Otherwise, dimensions and everything, just keep the default values for them. Why did we not use the data load in second AI agent? Because second AI agent was not meant to load the data. Second AI agent was meant to retrieve answers from the data. Will you be able to provide a working document with the roadmap to set up the examples? I will not know about that, right? So, but we've sent the workflow already. Can we attach our policy document directly as a tool? No, doing this will not support because RAG is meant to do this because policy document directly, the AI agent cannot directly read from text very easily. It won't be very efficient. Possible to build an AI agent like this and convert everything to an Android iOS downloadable app. I really am not sure. I can't think of a way for this to happen. But of course, if you have some ideas in mind, you can try that. Can I use AI agent for AI SaaS? Of course, you can build AI SaaS out of AI agents. Okay, I don't know what BioBert is a PubMed train model. I am not sure if BioBert model is available on N8N. I haven't heard of it. I've never seen it so far. But you can try to search in the N8N community to see if that is supported. Can we build an AI agent one to many or many to many? I really did not understand this. I really did not understand this question. If you could rephrase this question. Yes, of course, you can practice this exact workflow with your own Gmail address. You just need to connect your Gmail credentials. I mean, if you're still active on this, right? So, wait, I don't have it. Let me see if I can show you. I've sent you the workflow JSONs already, so you can take this screenshot, and the other one is also like was available. So this is the second one. I've sent the terminology doc as well on chat. Yes, you can use Outlook as the trigger. Will using too many models cost us more? I mean, every time you use the AI brain, it will consume tokens, but usually those token costs are very less. Just to give you context, 1 million tokens will cost you roughly about 40 cents for mini models, right? So, sorry, not 40 cents, I guess, $4 for 1 million tokens. So that's quite cheap. Yeah, I think we've answered this question already. I think everything that we built today was meant for non-coders itself, right? So you did not have to do any coding to build that kind of a workflow. Any other options apart from Pinecone? You can use Superbase, you can use Quadrant. These are other options. Are there any managed services of any nature only hosted in India? I think Hostinger, I think, does have India data center in Mumbai. You can try that. Yeah, I mean, it does not depend whether you're using self or cloud for data analytics. You can use any of these. You just need to focus on your workflow for data analytics.
All right, so I think we are at the end of the session. We have few unanswered questions. So sorry, but we are not left with enough time. We started this at 2 p.m. and we ended at 5 p.m. But let me all know how this entire day has gone, people. Let me know in the chat. Like, I hope you had fun learning new things. Let me know in the chat. Will you folks come again tomorrow as well? Because tomorrow we are building Jerry and we'll talk about like really interesting program as well that focuses a lot on automations like this. Like it'll make you a greatest, automations expert in this particular program. It costs roughly around if you're interested, try keeping some funds aside for this program. But it's really interesting. It's not mandatory for you to sign up, but it's a 6 months program that we'll talk about tomorrow. Do sign up. But before that, we have session also. So there is a roadmap that will be given to you how these AI agents and automations can be monetized also, right? So right after Jerry, you will have monetization. You will not see Funny or Weber. Oh, just see. Thank you.